matter cause I get it by the loaf though. Should I take a different approach though? Yeah, you know we got the game and I'm with a chokehold. We could keep it on the low though, but here's Slick and Blake if you really wanna roll though. We could keep it on the low though, but here's Slick and Blake when you really wanna roll though.
Yeah, I know you never seen a guy like me before. My diamonds shining and she love the way they glow. Ooh girl, I know you wanna roll, yeah, yeah. And girl, your man ain't gotta know, yeah, yeah. And I won't treat you like no.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Great Give Radiothon 2023 on WNHH New Haven's home for community radio. I'm Paul Bass, inviting you to meet some of the nonprofits who do the great work in New Haven day in and day out. This is an annual event, folks. We started yesterday, 36-hour radiothon, organized by the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. We're all over 500 nonprofits in New Haven. Already 503 have raised money. I believe the number could go higher. And we're hoping that jointly, they're all making their pitches for why we'd love to have you support the non-for-profits. And so far, $2.2 million has been raised, coming up on 2.3. And the goal is 3.5 million, but we're happy with whatever we get. So here on WNHH, we're meeting every 15 minutes with different, on this radiothon, groups are doing the great work. Tell us about them. They're going to sing a little bit for their supper and then tell us why it's goodness. So here's where you go while you're listening to this show. thegreatgive.org. Don't forget thegreatgive.org. You could donate to any of the 500 plus groups that you want right through that platform. If you like what we do here, nonprofit at WNHH-FM, New Haven Independent, Valley Independent Sentinel, you can look any of those up, or our umbrella group online, Journalism Project, and we appreciate that too. But we're here to talk about other groups doing great work, and especially our first guest this morning from one of the most wonderful spots to gather in New Haven and eat some wonderful food. It's called Havenly. It's a restaurant that's across from the Bowtie Cinemas under the Temple Street Garage. And it's this wonderful organization. It didn't start with a storefront that takes refugee women coming to New Haven. As you know, we're a sanctuary city. We've embraced lots of refugees who've come here, and Havenly helps them start out at a better independent track in life, getting culinary skills, and they have wonderful food. So we're going to say good morning to Camila Guiza Chavez. Is that right? And Nida Abbas. Welcome, and thanks so much for coming to the Great Give Radiothon this morning.
Thank you so much. So how should we start?
We're going to start by asking, get close to that mic. Someone's touching it. And did you bring a song or a poem for us?
Yes. So I'll just start right in. It's going to be short.
Short is fine.
Vivimos en la ciudad de las puertas abiertas, donde todos bienvenidos serán. Bienvenidos será si vienen a trabajar y a su mano de obra regalar. Vivimos en la ciudad donde el dinero no alcanza ni pa' mirar por las noches las estrellas. Pero tarde o temprano derrumbarán las paredes de orgullo que no dejan escuchar, y tarde o temprano verán.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
You have a really nice voice. You ever done singing or? You just
Yeah, I wrote that one.
You wrote that song.
It's about New Haven.
Oh, what does it say? What's the translation?
We live in a city that's open to all, and it welcomes everyone, but only if you come to work very, very hard and give away essentially your labor, because of the way that it's really, really difficult to make a living, really, with just the way that the cost of living is going up and up and up, and there's so much wage theft, especially of immigrant workers. And so,
do you work with ULA?
I don't, no.
Yeah, because I know wage theft's a big issue of theirs. Well, that's a really lovely song. How much songwriting do you do?
Just a bit.
And do you perform?
A bit, yeah. Here.
Like where?
Cafe 9.
Oh, you perform at Cafe 9?
Yeah.
What were the circumstances? Like were you headline or opening act? Were you with a group?
No, just with with a friend, Tyler, who's a guitarist. We perform as a duo sometimes.
Oh, but it's terrific.
Yeah.
I like Cafe Night. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, anyway, but we're here to talk about Havenly, which your song was totally on point. So let our listeners know what is the work that Havenly does and why it'd be great. And we are asking everybody in this segment to go to thegreatgive.org, look up Havenly, which is a heavenly place, in my opinion, in addition to being a haven for the women who work there, and why we want to contribute there.
نيدا شو هيفنلي وشو
صباح الخير بالبداية. نعرفكم شوية على هيفنلي. أنا طبعا نداء عباس من العراق بغداد. نحكي لكم شوية على هيفنلي وراح تكون كميلة المترجمة تبعي.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. You all know a little bit about Havenly. I am Nida Abbas. And today I'm going to say a little bit and Camila is going to translate for me.
هيفنلي هي كمؤسسة أو يعني منظمة إنسانية لدعم النساء للعمل والحصول على عمل وتطويرهم وتقوية شخصيتهم، فهي هاي هيفنلي.
Havenly is a human rights focused organization. We support women by providing employment, helping them to find jobs, and helping them to grow in their personal self-confidence and their personal well-being. So that's what we do. That's our focus.
فهيفنلي مثل ما قلت لكم هي منظمة صغيرة بلشت يعني كلش قليلة، عدد من النساء 2، بعدين بلشنا ب3، بعدين بلشنا ب5، وبعدين ب9، بعدين ب15 حاليا الحمد لله.
So Havenly started very, very small. We started with just 2 participants who we call fellows, and then we moved to 3, and then 4, and then 9, and now we work with cohorts of 15 women.
And just going to interject for a second. So when people come to the restaurant, when I've been there, in the front room, it's like any restaurant. You really have wonderful, wonderful food, whether it's the red lentil soups or the baklava. I mean, you make wonderful food from around the world. And then in the back, the kitchen is also a training area. You have kitchens and you have classrooms where people are preparing the food, learning the food, but also getting skills training, correct, about how you go into a business, how if you're either going to become a chef or if you're going to open your own business, how you get started. Is that an accurate way to put it?
So هو قال إذا أنا أروح لهيفنلي أنا أشوف كافيه
نعم.
أول شيء أشوف كافيه
نعم.
ومطعم.
نعم.
بس بعدين
التدريب داخل يكون.
أيوة وشو يسوون
بالتدريب طبعا بالبداية احنا هي مدة 6 أشهر يعني الدورة مالتنا. أول شهرين كلاسات إنجليزي وكمبيوتر، والأربعة الباقية راح يكونون وياي بالمطبخ. أنا راح أكون أشرف عليهم بالتدريب بالفن الطبخ. طبعا الطبخ كله عربي وطبخ يعني سوري ومن جميع الجنسيات، ما عندنا مشكلة. بس المشكلة يعني هم جنسياتهم مختلفة، فأكلهم مختلف نهائيا عن الأكل العربي، فدا أعلمهم خطوة بخطوة، والحمد لله صاروا نساء يعني قويات ويشكرون على هذا الدعم الحلو.
Yep. So we offer a 6-month-long fellowship program to our participants. The first 2.5 months, they participate in classes that include in-house English classes, computer classes, and I'll just add, we also have a whole curriculum around personal readiness, like dance and self-confidence building, workshops about all different types of things that they confront in their daily lives and trying to build community around confronting those challenges together. And then for the next about 4 months of the fellowship, as Nida said, they work in the kitchen under her instruction. So she teaches them step by step how to make all of the dishes that we serve in our cafe. So the women that we work with come from all different countries, all different backgrounds. That doesn't matter to us. We don't have any requirement.
What if some of the countries know Afghanistan, right? Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken.
We work with women from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Sudan,
أفريقيا.
Yeah, women from the Congo,
Ethiopia.
and then all of Latin
تقريباً.
America as well, Mexico, Ecuador.
So it makes the food kind of eclectic, but it kind of has a Middle Eastern vibe,
as Nita said, we make the food we serve in the cafe is her food. It's her menu.
Yeah.
So it's all Arab food. And it's food from Iraq, Turkey, Syria.
Yes.
And she teaches all the women to make the food in our menu. So we don't serve food from like all over the world. It's really Nida's menu.
And I love the menu. Nida, where did you come from originally? When did you come to New Haven and why?
من وين انت نداء؟
أنا من العراق من بغداد.
I'm from Baghdad, Iraq.
عراق. Yes.
And when did you come? And
ومن شو وقت انتي بين؟
والله أنا جيت بال 2014 دخلت أمريكا.
Okay, I'm here from 2014.
كينيا.
okay.
إيه بس كانت رحلتي يعني مثل ما تعرفون يعني طلعنا بالعراق بعدين رحت سوريا بليت 8 سنوات وبعدين من سوريا طلعت تركيا تقريبا 4 سنوات وبعدين جيت لأمريكا فالدول يعني من دولة لدولة لحد ما وصلنا لأمريكا.
But before that, from
Yeah.
Iraq, I went to Syria for 8 years, and then to Turkey for 4 years, and then I came to the U.S. after that journey.
Yeah.
And Camila, are you from the U.S. originally?
I am from the U.S. Yeah.
And but you can speak. How many languages do you speak?
I speak Spanish, and Nida has taught me Arabic over the last few
Because
years.
that was pretty good. I mean, your translation is like right on
It's
it.
all because of Nida. If you want to understand someone over time, you can, and that's what I've learned in this relationship with her and just working together.
It's really lovely. So we're talking about Havenly on Temple Street, under the Temple Street Garage, across from the Bowtie Cinemas. Is a restaurant really have wonderful food, and it's also a place where it's cooked in a wonderful way. It's a nonprofit that helps refugee women, correct?
Yes.
Develop the skills to have careers, culinary careers, either as their own boss or working for other places. And you can support them this segment of the Great Give Radiothon 2023, where we're talking about the more than 500 nonprofits in New Haven who do such great work, making us a strong community, a caring community, a sustainable community. So here's how you do it. You go to thegreatgive.org. Don't forget thegreatgive.org, and look up Havenly for this segment, and we would love to have them get as much help as they can. You heard about the great work they do. Before I let you go, would there any chance you'd like to sing a second song?
Well, I know Nida, actually, is it okay if we talk a little bit about what we want to fundraise for
Yes.
specifically?
Tell us what you're
Yes.
fundraising for
بدك
today.
تحكي أنا السيارة هيا.
والله يا ريت يعني ها فرصة يعني شلون احنا نقول إن جيدة على مود نطرح هذا الشيء. فأول مشكلة احنا تعرفون هيفنلي الحمد لله خلال 3 سنوات تطورت وكبرت فيعني والعدد كثر من النساء فالسيارة احنا محتاجيها إلى درجة يعني حد ما يعني محتاجين السيارة.
So we are really fundraising this great give for a car.
Yeah.
We've been growing a lot
For a
in the
car, you
last 3
said?
years. Yes, for a
Yeah.
car. We've been growing a lot in the last 3 years, and we really need a car to be able to keep up with that.
Yeah.
What kind of car are you looking for?
أي سيارة.
والله احنا ما محددين اي سياره بس يا ريت تكون يعني نظيفه وجديده ويا ريت
Clean and new.
اي يعني لان احنا اخذنا قبل يعني جتنا مال تبرعات او دونيشن جتنا جابوا لنا اياها شوي مستعمله يعني دا اسوقها يعني الله ستر يعني كان صار بيها حادث فانا افضل تكون جديده على مود امن على حياتي يعني بالسياقه.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
want something that we can get new, that can last us for a long time, and really serve us
And what do you
well.
want to use the car for? To pick up and make deliveries,
Yeah.
do some kind of pop-up?
شو السيارة؟
والله السياره بالدرجه الاولى هي للاوردرات.
Yeah. First thing for our orders, to deliver our orders.
ولان احنا التوصيل يعني نوصل الاكل للمكان المحدد. ها اول شغله والشوبينج بالدرجه الثانيه.
And so we can do our shopping for our cafe.
والثالثة يعني احنا عندنا سفرات طول السنة للنساء نسوي لهم سفرات يعني نوديهم اللايت هاوس نوديهم للبحر فيعني أي مكان نوديهم فتكون هاي حلو شيء حلو.
And number 3, we like to take our cohorts on trips. So we'll go to Lighthouse or we'll go to the Apple Orchard,
Yeah.
and that's a way that we build community. So we need that. We need the car for that as
All
well.
right, so we got our mission now, folks.
Yeah.
We got to make sure Havenly gets a car. You're doing
Yeah.
such great work every day. You're making us a richer community, a more connected community. Nice work. Thanks for coming on the Great Give Radiothon, Camila Guiza, Chavez, and Nida Abbas. Everybody, check out Havenly on thegreatgive.org. We want to help them get a car to keep growing and doing the great work they're doing. And check out Havenly. I can tell you just from personal experience, it's a wonderful place to eat. Thanks for joining us both. We're on the Great Give Radiothon. We're gonna take a 2-minute break, and we'll be back with Lori Martin from Harvest. So hang tight, listening to Grits King playing "Saving Time" at WNHH New Haven's home for community radio. Welcome back to the Great Give 2023 at WNHH FM, New Haven's home for community radio. I'm Paul Bass, inviting you to look behind the headlines of the organizations that make New Haven tick. We're in a 2-day, 36-hour radiothon to support the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven's Great Give. And that's going to be over 500 wonderful nonprofits in New Haven are spending these 36 hours raising money together jointly. There are prizes, there are matching donations, and we're meeting them, some of them here, as we can understand. So this segment, we're going to ask everyone to give to Haven's Harvest. If you go to thegreatgive.org online, don't forget thegreatgive.org, type in Haven's Harvest, and now you're going to find out why we'd like you to give that money. We have Pastor Boone here and Lori Martin. Pastor Boone's the chair of the board. Lori Martin is executive director. And going to tell us how they're helping us deal with food insecurity and not wasting food. So I understand, Pastor Boone, you have a poem for us to get us started.
Yes, I have a poem, and it's a short poem, but I heard this poem when I was about 7 years old.
And Pastor Boone, I'm going to ask you, if you don't mind, to get real close to the mic.
Okay.
Thanks.
It is: a wise old owl once sat on an oak. The more he heard, the less he spoke. The less he spoke, the more he heard. Why can't you be like that wise old bird?
Ooh.
What an impression. 7 years old. Over
So where were you when you heard that?
in school. We had in the community station, television station, we would look at it once a week, and we looked at this story, and this was the poem.
And what do you remember thinking when you heard that?
I want to be wise like that owl.
Because, I'm thinking when I hear that, it's such an important message. It's hard for a 7-year-old. I mean, it's hard enough for us, my age, talking on and on, as Lori said, fast, to remember sometimes you can stop and listen to think a little bit, huh?
Yes, absolutely.
He is wise.
Yes. So tell me how that approach to wisdom fits into the work of Haven's Harvest. If you want to tell us a little bit what Haven's Harvest does.
Well, I believe that if people would stop and look around and stop listening to the noise and see what's really going on, pay attention, they'd understand that the mission that we're on is a great mission.
And what is the mission?
The mission is to rescue food, to give to those that are in need, and to save the environment.
Those are good goals. And is this, if I understand it correctly, especially restaurants throw out a lot of food that's still edible, but also stores, because they have technical sell-by dates that aren't real dates by what they're gone. Am I going right here so far?
You sure are.
And that there's a lot of food that's just going to waste, and a lot of people are hungry. Their neighbors in New Haven, where 25 to 50% of the people are considered food insecure, which is that they've missed meals in that last month and they've had to choose between rent and food, which is really sad when you think about the bounty that others of us, are. Because it tells how you carry out that mission day by day.
Well, actually, we do it by building community. So we
And
work
if you
with,
wouldn't mind getting close to the mic.
Sure. We work with all the universities in town and recover their food at the end of day from their regular dining services. We also work with them when they close out at times of break, spring break, and end of the school year, after their events. And we use an app actually to coordinate the schedule. And we have, the app coordinates the schedule between the donors and the receiving sites, because we move food directly, and we have over 400 volunteers who do this work. So you can download an app and you can cover a run. They're under 30 minutes. Some of them will take a little bit longer if the donation's a little bit larger.
And then is it Rector Square where you have your warehouse?
We do have a tiny space within Rector Square. It's on New Reaches campus. So right now it's just a small corner of the building, and then we have swing space and a cooler space that we share with Fish.
Where's that?
It's on Peck Street.
And and so you get the food in.
We actually don't get it in. So what we mostly do is do direct delivery.
Oh.
So we work with the donors, and we put the information in for the app, and then people can see, what time the arrival time is, about how much food they can expect to be moving, and then where it's headed. And we put all the details, who the contact person is, use the blue door near the red light or whatever it is, so that it makes it easy to move the food. Moving the food that way, it's safer, of course, because there's less food handling, and then so we recover more food.
And so where does the food go? Does it go to soup kitchens? Does it go to homeless shelters?
It goes to those. They're not necessarily our first partners, because our first partners really are determined by the time and style and type of donation we get. So it goes also to daycare centers and to schools, to senior day centers, to subsidized housing sites. It goes to clinics, methadone clinics, health clinics.
What a
sober
great
homes.
thing you're doing. And so what a task of coordination. I'm hearing a lot of new generation tools. If you have an app that tells you where to pick it up and take it right, direct efficiency of the new technology. How do you coordinate it to make sure that the food actually gets delivered? Does most of it actually happen when people tell you have food? You usually have someone and go pick it up and deliver it?
We do. Yeah, I think we might have about a 1% miss, but then that generally means we pick it up the next day.
But how do you do that? I mean, are the people just lined up ready to go? You have extra people?
We do have extra people. I mean, a lot of these are weekly runs or bi-weekly runs, so, folks already know them. But we do get a lot of last-minute, short-notice runs, and we do. We have amazing volunteers.
I can't believe it. I can't believe in what a great thing you're doing. And so what kind of food might come from the dining hall or the other place?
Okay, so let's see. Last night we got a call from one of the universities, and they texted. It was shortly before 9. They have about 10 pans of sausage and peppers, baked chicken, rice, and some veg.
And that would just get thrown out?
It would.
They can't just give it the next day?
Right. They probably have already used it the second time. But, it's still good.
And how long is it good for, you think? Another day or two?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, our partners do know the recipient sites. The food is good today or tomorrow, not necessarily the day after.
And where does the chicken go?
That, specifically, this food, actually is headed down to a community meal down at Mary Taylor Memorial Church in Milford. So we've recently partnered with them because they want to offer a community meal, and we often get prepared food, which has been much more difficult to share, like in the larger hotel pans since COVID. And so now their volunteers can show up and heat up the food and eat and join in with the community meeting rather than having to do so much of the prep work.
And any kind of metrics, how much food you've delivered, how many places? And so tell me a number.
Okay, so over the last 3 years, each year we've recovered 1.5 million pounds of food.
Wow. How many people served?
Tens of thousands.
Wow. So now, I don't know how anyone can listen to this and not do the following. Go to thegreatgift.org. Thegreatgift.org. Type in for this segment, Havens Harvest. And make sure that instead of going to waste, all this food goes to feed people. Pastor Brooks, tell me how you got involved. Mr. Boone, excuse me. How you got involved in this and how this feed, if I'm right, that this is God's work.
Well, I got involved with Havens Harvest because I do run a food pantry over at my church, Cathedral of Higher Praise on Grand Avenue in the Fairhaven section. And through the coordination of many support groups through CFAN, we all meet one another and support one another.
Is that citywide coalition of people, all the different groups who deal with food like desk and
Coordinated Food Assistance Network? So through them, we met and we just kind of bonded. And once we bonded, I started to see the work that she's doing, and I can appreciate the work that she's doing because in the area that I serve, there's a lot of homeless people. There's a lot of people that are on substance abuse. And in my pantry, I can't necessarily give them canned goods. They have no place to cook it. But stuff that's already prepared, they can use that.
So you have a pantry that's, I guess, sounds like for people who have a place to live where they can heat up the food or have a can opener even. And that what it sounds like from Havens Harvest, you're now able to help street people eat.
I can subsidize the pantry with prepared food for those that don't have a facility to cook it.
And how often do you get food from Havens Harvest, and how many people do you feed?
As often as I ask.
How often do you ask?
I don't ask a lot, but whenever I need, I can always go to her and call her.
And how long have you been on the board?
A year and a half.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of as we were transitioning to a different phase of COVID. Did that affect at all what you were doing or how you did it?
Absolutely not. People still needed food. COVID did not stop us. COVID increased and showed us that there is a bigger need than we even imagined.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like to segue here for a second. This morning, when I got up, I looked at the news. When I say look at the news, I'm from New York, so I look at the paper to see what's going on there. In New Jersey, somebody dumped 500 pounds of pasta by the river.
Cooked?
Cooked. Nobody knows where it came from, but once the authorities found out, they rushed there to get it because it was right by the river, so it would contaminate the water. So they came and cleaned it up right away. 500 pounds of food. More than likely, it was a restaurant that could not get rid of it. And this is probably going on all over the place, but we just don't hear about it.
And I was wondering about that because when Lori was talking about you have this app and people text you, you have to develop the relationships at the restaurants or the dining halls. It sounds like it's a really big deal. That you have to find individuals who are going to care because they're trying to get done with their job, right? I got all this food. I got to get home. We got to get these people checked out. We got to clean up the place. My kid's waiting for me at home. How do you get them to make it part of their routine?
Oh, Paul,
that's the easy part. Lori.
That's the easy part. Actually, I mean, people are always thinking that's one of the obstacles, but folks don't want to throw food away, especially with folks who are handling it, cooking it, making it, serving it.
It does feel like even if we throw out like a little bit of an eggplant or something, we kind of feel like we're doing something wrong. We put it in compost, but still, yeah.
It's true, yeah. No, when we're working with food service folks, I mean, they are often glad, I mean, almost always glad to be passing the food on and not having to throw it away. And we do try to encourage volunteers and even myself to tell these folks where the food is going so that they understand they're part of a bigger mission. Was it headed to the daycare center this time? Was it headed over to the Dixville Q House? So then people really have a sense of connection about where the food is headed and the difference in impact that they're making.
How long have you done this work, Lori?
I've almost 8 years.
Wow. How'd you get into it?
I nudged my son, who is 19, and many parents can hear. He was working part-time at a yogurt shop, and I felt like he was on the computer too much. I said, go do something good for the world. And I said, I'll help you. And we were actually near Trader Joe's. That's how it started. And we started picking up food from them. They had been throwing the food away, and they got started. And he went off to college next day.
You started Haven's Harvest?
Yes.
With your son. That's beautiful. Does he come back and help?
Yes. He's on the board now.
He's still there.
Sounds like he's a good kid.
His siblings are also part of it. Yeah.
And so you started, and this is part of a national movement, correct? Aren't there had been a lot of these sprung up in the last decade or two?
Yes, food rescue organizations, which is different than food banks because food banks, they want prepared or non-perishable food for their shelves in order to pass to folks. We really deal in that last minute of food, really highly nutritious food, delicious food, but there's always a hustle.
Anything specific that if people, we want everyone right now to go to thegreatgive.org, thegreatgive.org online, and please at this segment go to Haven's Harvest to help them do this essential life-saving work. Anything specific this money will go to, or just your general operations?
We do have some specific things there. I mean, we have a constant need of IKEA bags. IKEA bags are one of our greatest tools. They get to haul food, we get to wash them. They're really durable, and then we get them back.
IKEA bags, you said?
Those big blue IKEA bags. Yes. Yeah, they're a big tool.
And they won't just give them to you?
They've given some.
I think IKEA should give you a lot of. Okay, I'm sorry,
Thanks, Paul.
Not my job. But anyway, they don't. So you need to buy IKEA bags.
Yeah. And then we have these buckets that we use for sites that are not traditional food sharing sites. So like at the schools, for instance, this food does not go into the school cafeteria, but it's for staff and families to share. And so a lot of times we'll get bulk bread, for instance, from wonderful, Chibasso. They're so
they have such a conscience. They're wonderful.
I know they're wonderful. And so, having a bucket with gloves and wipes and bags for sharing.
So we're going to give you the tools, the bags and the buckets and the gloves to keep people fed. Remember Chibasso used to put at Atticus the bread every night?
They do still.
They still do that for homeless people to come get. Yeah.
I don't think just homeless. I think anyone who's walking by.
See people, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we got to say exactly, but we're an environmental nonprofit. So our goal is really keeping food out of the waste stream. And it really matches and addresses the waste crisis that we're in the state of Connecticut. And certainly, you know,
That's right. We are right now.
we are, yeah.
Sister, I was at the Common Ground compost pile. I didn't realize because, I have a compost pile at my house. And we don't eat meat, but if we ate meat, we couldn't put meat in there. So you have to be worried. We always wonder even, should you put dairy? Will it break down? But apparently when there's a big enough compost pile, you could put meat in it and it's going to break down.
It's true.
So in terms of your environmental mission, how much, I guess compost isn't, well, still when you bring a lot of food to Pastor Brune's place or somebody and it has to be eaten in a day, I'm assuming there's still waste at the end of that sometimes.
There likely is, yes. I mean, I'll say that we haven't been able to fully address that end-of-life piece at all our sites. But we do work with Domingo and Peels and Wheels. And, we occasionally call him when we have some food at the warehouse that we just weren't able to share. And then he takes away our buckets of scrap. I also have a large compost pile, and I had chickens in the past, so that's what we've done with our food scraps.
Well, Havens Harvest, you are doing God's work, and you're doing a great job at it. And thank you for doing what you do.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Boone and Lori Martin, for coming on in this segment of the Great Give Radiothon 2023. There's still time, folks, lots of time. Great Give is now up to 2.3 million. We're hoping to get to 3.5, but all that we get is good, whatever comes in. And Havens Harvest doing such great work, such an environmental and human justice mission. So please go to thegreatgive.org, give this session. We're going to be back in 2 minutes as Grits King entertains us, and then we're going to come back with Continuum of Care on the Great Give Radiothon 2023. Welcome back to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. We're raising money for over 500 nonprofits in New Haven who are doing great work, making us a caring and connected community. And this session, you're going to be hearing about one of the newest entries, not one of the newest organizations, but one of the newest campaigns in our community to make this a more just and connected and compassionate community. Compass, the new, we're going to hear what the acronym is, but it's the new non-police emergency response team in New Haven. It's run out of an organization that's been here a long time, Continuum of Care. John Labianek, did I say it right?
You did.
Okay, well, really?
Nice job. Yeah.
Labianek?
That's it's the Polish way of saying it, Lubieniec. But yeah, you're right. You're on.
Well, John is here, and he's been, you could have read about him recently by Nora Grace Flood, had a great article hanging with him in the Compass team. And so just before we get into it, John, if people donate, do they look up Compass or Continuum of Care?
It's on our website at Continuum of Cares.
And the Great Give, I mean.
Yeah.
Is that, okay, so go to Continuum of Care this session, please, at thegreatgive.org. Don't forget thegreatgive.org. Look for Continuum of Care. We're going to hear about Compass. John, did you bring a song or a poem?
I brought a quote and some words from Gabor Mate.
And if you don't mind getting real close to the mic, maybe if you want
Yeah.
to move it to look at me. Yeah. We want to hear you really loud and clear. Almost like you're touching it.
Yep. Okay. So I brought a quote from Gabor Mate, who's an author and a doctor, does a lot of work with addiction and trauma. And I've been reading his book, The Myth of Normal. And he has a quote that he says, "Trauma is not what happens to you. Trauma is what happens inside of you as a result of what happened to you."
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if people are aware, but trauma is a Greek word that literally means wound. So when I think about, a lot of the folks that we are interacting with through Compass, through Continuum of Care, a lot of them struggle with addiction. But what Gabor Mate talks about is that it's not about the addiction. It's about the pain. It's about the wound. And I think our service system, we sometimes get lost in trying to treat addiction when it's really about treating that wound, the trauma.
So since last November, you've had teams of people around the clock.
Yeah.
And when 911 gets a call, and we'd rather not have people get arrested, we'd rather not have an officer who finds themselves in a really tough situation that might escalate and someone gets hurt. We'd like to have people who are trained in specifically in helping people with substance abuse disorder, with homelessness, with mental illness, get out of a tough spot without getting into more trouble, correct?
Correct.
How's that going?
It's going very well. It's a wonderful, wonderful project, something that's been needed. It's something that's happening around the country. It's really nice to see.
It is.
Yeah.
What does COMPASS stand for?
Compassionate Allies Serving Our Streets.
Oh, so it's not a full acronym. The COMPASS. So the COMP is all the first word.
Yeah.
But we're leaving out the hour. Okay. We'll let you go because COMPASS is helping us find our way. Tell me about a typical day, John. I read all about it in the Independent. But tell me the day that so far something happened, you think about it, you think this is why I'm doing it.
Well, that happens every day, I think. We are able to interact with individuals that get lost in the system. And that's not hard to do. Our service system is very complicated and people get lost in it. So I think every day we're able to find those people, and that's, I think what I love about Continuum is that's been part of our mission, really, in terms of our crisis services, in finding those individuals that are getting lost and not finding their way.
Well, like, for instance, can you give me an example of a call you got that used to go for the police to handle and someone got arrested, and tell me what you did instead? Just any example.
Yeah, just recently they were able to avoid an arrest. A gentleman that was loitering at the train station, I believe, and they were able to take him back to one of our houses, one of our crisis houses, and give him a meal and chat with him and talk about services. And he was able to stay there for a couple hours, playing the guitar. I was chatting with him as well. They were able to connect with him, and that's where...
Where did he go next? Like, what help did he need?
Well, he's still following up with us, actually. This was just very recently.
And he was homeless?
Yes.
So where's he staying?
Streets. Couch surfing.
And the issue that you were called about was just that he was loitering? He wasn't, like, posing any threats or anything?
Well, I don't know all the details. I know that there was some frustration over, seeing the same individual at the same place. And
well, what do people do if you're homeless? How's it not loitering? I always wondered about that. Like, who's loitering?
It's a good question.
Like, let's say you got an hour before you train. Wait, let's say you got 2 hours. Let's say it got canceled and you just missed it and you got to wait to get the Vermonter.
Yeah.
Are you loitering if you're hanging?
I don't think so. No. I think.
So why was this guy loitering?
Well, I think what happens is, the police probably get to know a lot of these people and get a lot of calls for the same individuals. And it gets to the point where people get frustrated, but I think it was wonderful that the police called us, And
how's it going with the police? Because at first some people said, not that they were hostile or anything, but just thought, like, is this really going to work? Like, what are you going to do if it goes south really quick?
Yeah, well, it hasn't. It actually has gone in the right direction, and the police have been really wonderful and welcoming and partnering and doing everything that we would have hoped they would do.
Because we've written over the years at times when a police officer kind of didn't know how to deal, because it's tough with a mentally ill person and shot him when they shouldn't have shot him.
Yeah.
So we're kind of hoping that doesn't happen.
I don't want to speak for the police, but I think there's probably a shared frustration, and it goes back to the service system and people being able to find the right resource at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
And that is extremely complicated. It's not that simple to just pick up the phone and get resources. There's wait lists, and it gets very complex. And people that need treatment, we don't have a lot of options. The term Yale or jail comes to mind, and there's not a lot of options in between, which I think as a service system, we're working on that. And there's been a lot of attention to that, especially as of recent, which is exciting for me because I've worked in the crisis system for almost 20 years now.
How'd you get started?
I'm in recovery myself, so I got started, and first things I put on my resume was that I was trying to get sober and get my life together. And Continuum took a chance, and they gave me a job, and I never left. I went back to school. I got my degree.
Awesome. How many years sober?
I am 22 years
Oh, so you
sober.
really, because people fall backwards, right? Like, it's not a straight line.
It's not a straight line. And going back to that, trauma piece and the wound piece, I always say, and I credit AA for saving my life. I still go to meetings, and I think it's the fellowship, the connection, everything AA does is wonderful. But You know, you'll even hear people very invested in AA say there comes a time when you may need more help. And for me, my life, you know, I was able to get my life together and things started going really well. And then I started wondering why I wasn't feeling better, you know, and things started coming up, and I had to go address those things, you know, and take a look at them. And
Have you ever done EMDR, or like what ways did you deal with the trauma?
talk therapy, psychotherapy, you know.
I'm glad you got that, and the way that
Thank
you're
you.
giving back now. What you're a VP at the organization?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you're vice president,
I am of the crisis
but you're
services.
still on the street too.
Yeah, I
No.
love it. I wouldn't see myself doing anything else.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. You know, I walked by one day when I saw Compass diffuse a situation on Goff Street, right near the preschool and Florence Virtue. And what really struck me was how, because they know I was a reporter or anything, how well the person who had the problem was getting along with the officers and you guys, and how you guys were dealing with the officers. It seemed like everyone was kind of happy that something bad didn't happen, you know,
Yeah.
and that you're going to help each other. And that's kind of what we're about here at the Great Give Radiothon. We're trying to help organizations like Compass through the continuum of care help everybody help each other in New Haven, and just pull us all up together and be the wonderful community we are, and give everybody the help they need, because everybody needs help.
Yeah.
So greatgive.org, thegreatgive.org is how you find it on the web. And you go right to Continuum of Care. And if you give that money this hour, which we're hoping you do, we're going to help one of New Haven's most exciting new efforts. And we think it is going to be a long-term effort. We're counting on it, John. It's going to be Compass, helping us find our direction. John, thanks for coming on the Great
Thank
Give
you.
So happy about the work you're doing. So
Thank
happy
you.
that you are personally in a good place, and keep it up.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to be back in 2 minutes with another new effort in town that I can't wait to hear more about. Proud Academy here, and maybe Patty, if you'd like to come in. And it's the Great Give Radiothon, WNHH FM, New Haven's home for community radio. We're partnering with the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven. That they brought together more than 500 nonprofits. I'm looking at the board now. So far, 503 have gotten donations. There are a few more waiting. $2.3 million has been raised since 8 a.m. on Wednesday when this give-a-thon. If you wouldn't mind, Patty, replacing John there. No, you never replace John, but I mean sitting where John sat. Thanks for coming in, John. And we're helping with that effort. The Great Give. You can give to any of these 500, even all of them, plus organizations doing nonprofit to help New Haven a better place. We're going through the Great Give goes through 8 p.m. today. And if you help these organizations do the great work, there are also prizes and matching gifts. So this is the time to give at the Great Give. I'm going to ask you at this session to give the money to Proud Academy, among others. And you're going to hear why now from Patty Nicolari. Did I say your name right, Patty? Nicolari?
Yes, hi.
All right.
Thank
Good-
you for having us.
Good morning. I'm going to ask you to get the mic closer to you if you don't mind.
Okay, how's this?
That's perfect. And Patty, did you bring a song or a poem for us today?
I do have a little song. Let me pull this up on my phone here.
All right. Patty Nicolari is the... All right. What song was that?
Lady Gaga, Born This Way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ah,
Okay.
that's okay.
So I think I have a hunch why you chose to have Lady Gaga's Born This Way introduce your pitch for Proud Academy.
Well, Proud Academy stands for Proudly Respecting Our Unique Differences, and it will be the nation's first private school for LGBTQ youth, and it will be
first?
it will be the first private school. There are 4 others in the nation that are charter schools, public schools. So we will be joining the ranks of the Harvey Milk School and the Magic City Acceptance Academy in Alabama and a few others. So we will be Connecticut's first school for our LGBTQ youth and their allies. And we've actually landed in Ansonia, Connecticut for a space at the Boys and Girls Club that we will be renting out. And we are eager and hopeful to open our doors for September 5th for our first
This coming
inaugural
year.
class. This coming year. It's an ambitious goal, but we're
And it's
keeping our
interesting you're
fingers
going in the
crossed.
valley where I guess I'm falling into stereotypes here. the culture is not always as accepting of LGBT. Am I wrong about that?
They are rolling out the red carpet for us.
Oh, interesting. So
Yes.
the world's changing.
Ironically, I am from Ansonia, and I used to teach there for 30 years. So the environment was not safe in the 80s, and so this is kind of a personal journey for me as well, because as an educator who was in the closet, so to speak, I had Les scratched in my car as big as could be. I had students shouting, "We have a dyke for a teacher." So you're right, the environment
Where were you
wasn't
teaching?
very safe. Ansonia High School.
And I'm guessing, I could be wrong, that even as the environment has improved everywhere, someone might have les. High school kids are just, they say mean stuff, right? I mean, is it
Right.
true that you might have that scratched even
Well,
in San Francisco today?
That's
or no?
true. I was the teacher, and as the teacher, I got to go home and at least be with a safe family who affirmed me and all of that. But my thought was at the time, gosh, this feels awful as a teacher. So how do my students feel if they're being harassed? Because they probably can't go home and say I'm being picked on for being gay, because families might say, well, why would they say that? And it would force a student to have to come out. Whether a child was gay or not, or transgender or not, it's the perception of that is challenging. And it led me full circle to where we are today.
That's awesome.
So at 65 years old, I'm not retiring, I'm rewiring and opening the school with an amazing board of directors.
I like that phrase, retiring, rewiring.
Exactly.
How many
And
years did
I'm
you
excited to say that the our new president of Proud Academy is also a former student of mine from Ansonia High School, class of 88.
Wow.
And so she has private school experience, and she is now running a school from China, and it's a private school. So we have a lot of Zoom meetings, and she's taking the bull by the horn.
How many years were you a teacher, Patty?
30 years.
Wow. All in
30 years.
Ansonia?
Yes.
Wow. Mm-hmm. Why in Ansonia? Had you grown up there?
I grew up there. My father was superintendent of schools.
Oh, yeah?
Family's been there since the
So you're in
1850s. Those are
education.
my people.
Whoa.
I'm a Valley girl. Yes.
Now, isn't my...
But I live in New Haven.
I remember when my daughter was in high school, even though it was a different environment, she never got harassed for being gay, but the teachers were important for her.
Absolutely.
To go talk to. Were you the teacher people went to in Ansonia?
Absolutely, I was. Students know that I was a person with whom they could share anything in a judgment-free zone, and it's even more so after I came out, because then students then came up to me and said, my mom's gay and nobody knows that, or my aunt's gay. And so it opened up a door just by saying, I'm being authentic and I'm going to be who I am after 15 years of hiding this.
So was this like in 95?
This was in 97.
Because I'm thinking about the way the world changed in our lifetime, Patty. We're age peers. And attitudes, it would seem like it wasn't a steady progression. It seemed like suddenly we wake up one day and people are talking about civil unions. Then we think, well, gee, are people going to be okay with civil unions? Then all of a sudden younger people say, no, we want marriage. And we're thinking, because remember, like Paul Wellstone voted for the domestic, the DOMA. We're like, nowadays we look at that as anti-LGBT, but that's what pro-LGBT legislators were voting for just in the 90s.
Love Makes a Family was very instrumental in pushing that. Yes, which
So I'm
leads
wondering,
me
like-
to full circle with Proud Academy.
Yes, we should get right to Proud Academy. So how did it come about that you were starting the school?
Well, because of my own personal journey. And, and then working with youth and seeing that they're in schools and they're not feeling safe in their schools. And I would have thought by now every student would feel safe. But just because we have laws on the book, like Section 10-145D-400A of the Connecticut General Statute says that all teachers shall embrace students for sexual orientation, gender identity expression, a lot of schools don't know what that means and how to actually do that. And the students that we're seeing interested in Proud Academy, parents are pulling them from schools and they're being homeschooled.
Really?
But students still want to socialize but not be bullied and harassed. And we're getting a lot of transgender and non-binary students expressing an interest in our school. So we need to create a safe space for students to learn, which is our mission, is to provide that safe and affirming environment, free from bullying and harassment, to allow students to engage in a rigorous curriculum and support that diversity, to support that diverse population that includes sexual orientation, gender identity expression, race, religion, socioeconomic status, and disabilities, and empower them to have a voice, to recognize strength in their uniqueness.
We're talking about Proud Academy, which is going to be the first in the country private school for LGBT youth. And we're on the Great Give Radiothon 2023. If you'd like to support this new venture, please go to thegreatgive.org and found Proud Academy. So do you have a nonprofit associated with it? Oh, it's private nonprofit, right?
No, we are a 501c3.
C3, yeah.
We are a nonprofit, and our goal is to open and operate. So we will be like the Board of Education, operating this school, hiring the teachers, which we have a pile of resumes of people eager to teach at Proud
What
Academy.
grades are you going to be?
We're eventually we'll be 7 through 12, but we're starting off with grades 7 and 8 for now.
Or seeing hoping to grow year by year? Or?
Yes.
And do you have funding? Like, where's your funding come from?
Well, funding comes from people like you with the Great Give.
Yeah.
Because no student should have to pay a tuition just to be in a safe and affirming space. And
So is there going to be no tuition?
No, it'll be tuition because it's a private school, so we can't receive any, state funding for it. So that's why fundraisers like this are critical.
Mm-hmm.
But by landing at the Boys and Girls Club, we were able to cut our tuition in half.
Oh, excellent. So what's it going to be?
$19,900.
Mm-hmm.
So
which is a lot of money,
$19,900.
but not a lot of money compared to what private schools.
Some private schools are $95,000 a
Oh
year.
my goodness.
Yes.
So now, how did you make that? First of all, I understand the why you start in the school, the need for it. This is your culmination of a life mission that you're, second or third generation in education. I understand why you're the person to do it. I understand why you're doing it. How did it come about? What happened one day where all of a sudden Proud Academy started?
I think it was
happening?
an evolution. It was an evolution of thought process, because the anxiety I felt for 15 years as a teacher, having to be in the closet and pretend to have a boyfriend when I didn't. I was living with a person for 9 years, a woman for 9 years. And so it just felt disingenuous as a self-esteem teacher to tell my students, feel good about who you are, embrace your individuality, and I myself wasn't doing that. And so year after year, I thought this is wrong. But prior to 1991, you could have been fired just for being a gay teacher.
Really?
That's wrong.
I think we're kind of going back to that in the South,
I think we're
aren't
going
we?
back there. It feels like 1965 in Alabama all over again.
Yeah. And it's interesting, but it doesn't feel like 1965 in Connecticut, does it? I mean, we have made a lot of progress in blue states.
There are people like the Shapley family who left Texas because they have a transgender child, Kai Shapley, and they landed in Connecticut because it's one of the safer states after they researched. And they actually called us up looking to send their children to Proud Academy, but we weren't open yet. So,
And you are going to be open in the fall, you think?
we are anticipating that.
That's good.
If we build it, will they come?
And why did I think it had a New Haven connection at one
Well,
point?
we were, I live in New Haven, so our home address for the Proud Academy Incorporated is New Haven. And we were looking throughout New Haven. We looked at many buildings. However, when the Boys and Girls Club said, why don't you just open here? Because during the day, Boys and Girls Clubs are not used.
That's a good point.
So from 8 o'clock until 2:30, nobody's in there. It's an after-school program.
And
So
do they-
now it's a win-win for the Boys and Girls Club
Yeah.
because they're generating an income they wouldn't normally have, and we get to cut our tuition in half. So they
That is a
opened their
win-win.
doors to us, and that allows us to.
Do they have programs for kids in that age group after school?
They do. Ironically, at 2:30 at Ansonia Boys and Girls Club, the middle school, Ansonia Middle School, walks down the street, and they have after-school programs. So that would be afforded the opportunity to the students at Proud Academy to just hang in there and join their after-school programs as well. And they have a
I was
few.
thinking that sounds good. Yeah, So it kind of helps you folks with after-school options.
It's a win-win.
Well, that's great, Patty. I hope that works. So we're asking everybody to go to thegreatgive.org to support Proud Academy, which is looking to open its doors in the fall to be the first for-profit LGBT.
Not for-profit, non-profit.
I'm sorry, private.
That's
I'm sorry,
okay.
private, not for profit. First private, excuse me, Patty, LGBTQ
Q.
school in the country.
In New England.
Oh, in New England.
Yeah. First private school in the country. First school of its kind in New
Well,
England.
that's awesome.
Yes.
Well, good luck with that, Patty.
Thank you very much
And
for
thanks
having
for
me.
coming right on. You're very prompt. You were here plenty of time for this
I'm
interview.
a little OCD, yes.
I don't think
No, I
that's
was here
OCD. I
early.
was thinking that makes me think the
That's-
school's going to happen just fine right on time.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're listening to Great Give, and we're going to be joined next by Kellyanne Day, who's unlike Patty, who has a new project here that we're asking you to support at Proud Academy. You're going to hear about something that's been around quite a long time. It's someone who's been on this program and this radiothon for years, making good things happen. So, thank you, Patty. Good luck with your project. We're at the Great Give 2023 on WNHH New Haven's home for community radio. This is really fun. I got to tell you how good it feels every year when we get to do this radiothon in support of the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven's Great Give. Because the Great Give is a moment for us to celebrate how many wonderful, over 500 nonprofits are participating in this, and people who really make this a community we like to live in. I don't want to live anywhere else in New Haven. I think part of it is because of how much people care here and all the great work we do connecting to each other and helping each other. And I can't think of a group that's done that more and made more of an impact than New Reach, which has had other names. I'm blanking out now at my age, but we'll hear all about that, which helps house people in New Haven. We have Kellyanne Day here from New Reach at WNHH. Good morning, Kellyanne. Nice to see you.
Good morning, Paul. Good to see you.
How you been?
I've been well. How about you?
I've been fine. Now, was it Life Haven New Reach before?
So we were first New Haven Home Recovery.
Oh, that's right. NHHR. Yeah.
And then in 2012, we merged with Life Haven, which we still operate as an emergency shelter for 20 families. And actually, in January, we just merged with Fish.
Oh, my goodness.
So we are now operating.
I thought Fish is food, or no?
It is food insecurity to the homebound.
So you've really grown this organization. I remember you got the new facility on the Rector Square and the warehouse and all that. So what started out as having housing for single women, teen moms,
Yep,
right?
One emergency shelter in the Hill.
Has grown into a network of emergency shelters, supportive housing.
Yeah, so
where
we
you get
actually
apartments.
look at the services that have grown.
I'm going to get
past-
close to the mic, Kellyanne.
The services that have grown over the past 30 years kind of follow the definition to ending homelessness on the federal level. So New Reach provides homeless prevention to try to help people stay out of homelessness, to make it rare. We provide crisis services in the form of diversion from shelter, as well as Life Haven and Martha's Place, our two emergency shelters. To help make it brief, we want to try to move people out as quickly as possible. And then we also provide affordable and supportive housing, which keeps folks in the community housed with services so that they don't end up back in an unstable housing situation.
So I want to ask you about all that, Kellyanne, but first I'm going to ask you what song or poem you brought.
Oh, I didn't bring one. But you know what? My favorite song these days is from Frozen, Let It Go.
Give me one verse.
Let it go, let it go.
And why is that your favorite song?
I don't know, because I'm not afraid of the cold, Paul. That's that maybe is the theme there.
How many years you been at the organization? since
I've
its life?
been.
I remember visiting you on Ferry Street.
I know. I've been at the organization for 28 years.
Boy, time goes fast, Kellyanne.
28 years. It goes fast.
And so give me some metrics here about how much you've grown. How many people work for you? How many people do you help? How many locations do you have?
Sure. When I first started, we had a budget under $1 million and about 10 employees, 2 programs. Now our budget is over $7 million, and we have over 90 employees, and we're on track to almost reach about 5,000 individuals this current fiscal year.
To me, that partly reflects a growing need. Am I correct? That just
It's a growing need.
cities around the country are dealing with even a lot more housing insecurity, rising rents, raising mental illness, opioid addiction. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of the perfect storm, right? All of these things are crashing in at once. At the same time, we haven't developed enough affordable housing for folks that are, maybe dealing with those issues of depression, anxiety, substance use. Their wages are not going up, or maybe they're losing their job. And so that, coupled with the fact there are not enough affordable units, is really creating an unstable housing situation for many people.
So I know that you, in addition to having homelessness, as you mentioned, you're helping people if they're in a crisis where they might become homeless. You have help for them. What about the actual housing you provide? Am I right that it falls under the term of art, supportive housing, meaning you don't just throw somebody in a room, but it's backed up with on-site help with whether it's substance abuse addictions like Housing First, or also job training help, counseling. Is that correct? Is that what you
correct.
do?
We've kind of developed an interesting model, Paul, over the past number of years, where we try to surround families and individuals who are moving out of homelessness with a team. So a clinical team, so a therapist, a caseworker, and a peer, someone who has been where that family or individual is right now and has moved on. So
that's it. So someone you had helped who's now in a good place, you keep in touch with them and connect them to somebody else to help them get there.
We have peers on staff who can relate. They've got that lived experience. They know what's happening in the household or with the individual, and they can help support them. In some ways, sometimes that caseworkers can't. But then the caseworkers can help connect folks to benefits and the services that they may need in the community or childcare. And then the clinicians step in if there's a crisis, if there's an acute crisis and someone needs immediate support for a mental health or substance use.
Now you mentioned that connecting to, but I think about bureaucracy. I think those of us who are not in crisis, I still find it daunting to get through phone mail, automated systems, find out what I need to do with an insurance company, with a dentist. I mean, just like,
right.
So I can just imagine if your life's in crisis, like how you would even, so we have all this public aid that's available to people. It must be very hard to actually access it.
So unfortunately, there's not quite enough public aid available, and the accessing it is a huge problem. And being able to help walk people through and provide them the support so that they can actually access it is huge, especially if you're dealing with, depression or anxiety. That can be crippling, and it's hard for folks to even get out of bed. But working with a team, someone who's been there, who can say, I've been there, I know how you feel, let's get out of bed and let's work on this. A caseworker who can say, I'm making some phone calls, I'm sitting with you, you're making the phone calls, and a clinician that can say, listen, here are some coping skills that you can use to move forward. So we've had, in spite of the challenges we have been experiencing, we've had lots of great success stories. Folks really moving on from homelessness and stabilizing their lives.
Want to tell me one story?
So I could tell you a story about a young mom who was at Life Haven for probably about 6 months, and when she came to Life Haven, she didn't have a job. She had no child care for her children, and so the caseworkers there worked with our rapid rehousing team, and they were able to get those things in order so that mom could go and get a job and move out of the shelter. And now it's really nice for the staff when this mother comes back and stops in and says hello and says thank you, and we know that she's doing well.
And you're hearing about New Reach was not only doing well, it's doing good in our community every day for people who are homeless, who might become homeless, who have been homeless, getting back on their feet. And we're asking you this segment to go to thegreatgive.org. Don't forget thegreatgive.org online. And if you type in New Reach, you can help support the wonderful work that Kellyanne Day is telling us about. 28 years, Kellyanne.
Yeah.
Paul,
can I just say, too, you can also, if you want to specifically support Life Haven, you can type in Life Haven.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to specifically support Fish, you can support Fish as well.
Tell us more about Fish and the food they do.
Yeah, so Fish moved onto our campus when we moved in 2020 to use one of our buildings as their
Rector
distribution.
Square?
Yes.
So you go to work every day at Rector Square?
I do.
Okay.
I do. And so when they were looking to make some changes, when Jill Meyerhoff, who was the executive director, was retiring, our two boards got together and said, this makes sense to merge the two organizations so that we can continue to be providing this in-home food to so many households.
As part of the idea that you're dealing with some of the same people so they can have efficiencies of the same caseworker?
Some of the same people. I mean, most of the efficiencies come that New Reach can absorb some of the back office work that Fish was struggling with maybe. So some of the contractual work and the fundraising and the keeping track of the finances and things like that. So that's where the efficiencies
capacity
came.
You've built up an organization. Because people always talked about New Haven, like on the one hand, strength, that we have over 500 nonprofits working today. And you don't want to just merge everything into one version of Yale.
No.
But often people talk about how it does make a lot of sense to merge some organizations because they each have to put entire staffs up to do the paperwork, to do the fundraising, to do the management, to do... How much do you find those economies of scale?
Well, for us, we've found that because of this merger, Fish continues to include people on the roster to have food delivered. So we went from 500 households to, I think we're close to 800 households a month that we're sending to, which we would not have been able to do if the partnership didn't take place.
And
so
what-
it's about the mission. It's about making sure that people get what they need. And if we can do it in an efficient way, then we're going to try to do it. And when we looked at our two missions, it was very similar. You know, New Reach has been providing basic needs in terms of shelter and furniture, and we've provided food in our shelters. But this just gives us an opportunity to perhaps provide more food in our shelters. What we're seeing right now is that the folks who are coming into shelter, they're running out of food by the end of the month, and so there's a real increasing in food security happening in the actual
And
shelter
is
population.
this about inflation, or what's it about?
I think it's about inflation. Absolutely, things cost more. When you move into a shelter, your food stamps go down. There's an assumption.
Really?
There's an assumption there
Because you're not
that
paying rent.
that you're not paying rent, but the shelters don't have a line item for food
And
to
then
provide
so
food.
you buy really expensive junk food at what's available at the
right.
nearest bodega.
Right. So now the merger with Fish allows New Reach to have access to food through Food Share.
Excellent.
And so we can.
I was
we
recently with a gentleman who collects bottles for a living, and he took me. We did a video of it. Took me to Stop and Shop. How he decided how he was going to spend his $3 he had for food,
Yeah.
and he talked about which noodles you could heat up with the hot
Yeah.
water, and the pros and cons of what was going to keep him filled up to afternoon, but if he could splurge for the extra flavor packet, and then
Right.
when there was a certain brand that had a 30-cent discount, I was just thinking, wow, those decisions are tough.
Right. They're things that most folks aren't thinking about.
So food insecurity has been wrapped into your mission.
Food insecurity has been wrapped into our mission. Hmm.
And
I wanted to mention this book that I bought here.
homelessness is a housing
problem. And it's a great read for anybody who's really interested in knowing why we have such a growing homeless population, or a population of people who are unstably housed. I think about the fact that many of us know people and have people in our family, people that we love, that have made, poor choices perhaps, or have fell ill with a mental health or a substance addiction. And in many cases, we're there for them. We're their family. We can take them in. We can support them. But so many people don't have that safety net. And there is no housing available for that population. We need more supportive housing. We need more housing where people can live independently with the supports when they're struggling through those issues.
I
And
noticed
this is
that-
a really good book.
And who wrote the book?
The book is written by Greg Colburn and Clayton Page Alderin.
And one of the big debates is, this is not your responsibility, is the build argument. That people who are on the same side of wanting more affordable housing, some think that if you just allow anyone to build expensive housing, that increases the supply and will lower the pressure on rents nearby. Other people say that's a theory, that in real life you have to specifically have rules that if housing is built, a bunch of it has to be affordable. And other people come back and say that's counterproductive, that in the end the housing then just doesn't get built and rents stay up. Is the answer from
Exactly
your
what's
end,
happening.
is your point, well, first of all, who's right?
Well, I think it's a combination, right? If you do have more supply, maybe the prices will go down. And
Or do just more people come who get attracted to that area?
New Haven is a growing city with our biotech, which is great. It's great for our economy. But there's not an opportunity to have affordable units, even small houses. I mean, folks that are starter homes. You can't find a starter home anywhere.
Yeah, I know someone looking. New Haven's not even an option.
You can't even find a starter home. So the folks who would have been moving into starter homes are taking those rents. They're renting units now, right? And so they're pushing other folks out of the market.
Well, I guess whoever's right, doesn't even matter in terms of what you're doing. You're just making sure there's affordable housing.
We just want to make sure
and
there's
how many
affordable
units
housing.
do you guys actually manage?
So we actually own 80 units
Wow, so
under
you've really grown in the years.
And then we partner with landlords to provide scattered site supportive housing as well.
So in other words, what does it mean to partner with a landlord?
So when we work with landlords who have units available, we're able to access those units for people coming out of homelessness. And then we help to pay a portion of the rent through our public dollars. And we provide the support services so that landlord feels comfortable knowing that if there is a hiccup, if something does happen, they have support.
And is part of
we
it just
can come in.
trusting you? Do you also vet the people or no?
Yeah, part of it is trusting our judgment and our support teams. And
So I
that's
remember talking to one of the slumlords in town. I'd say, you know, like every time I come to you, there's like some tenant who's making it horrible for everybody else in this building. Do you think you're being responsible? And he said, you know, it's easy for you guys to say and for the people who take the more expensive tenants, but where are those people going to go? And then you think, well, what about, you know, but you're not a trusted person because you do have the one tenant who's dealing drugs, prostitution in the house, and like really makes it dangerous for the people living there. So do we need people like you to be trusted to vet, or is vetting a tough process because people are hit hard at times? You don't know what'll happen.
Yeah, I think we need more interventions like I was talking about earlier, where we have a clinical team that has a clinician, a social worker, and a peer to help move people on that journey, maybe out of some of those professions that are causing problems with their tenancy and with their lives. So, you know, if you can surround people with support to make better choices, that's going to benefit everybody. All boats will rise if that happens.
Joanne Scully types in, "Yay, New Reach. Show support for the amazing hardworking staff," of which she is now one.
Yes,
Click
we
on
are
one
so
of their
happy to have
fundraising
Joanne.
pages. So if you're watching us on Facebook, Joanne, put the link. And I'll just tell you, thegreatgive.org is the link. And just type in New Reach, because everyone listening can type in New Reach. I
They
know
can
that we have
type
an
in New
educated
Reach, yes.
listenership.
And I
New
just want to
Reach.
give a shout out to the Community Foundation and the hard work that they do to put this event together. I spent some time on the board there, and they're just an amazing group. Jackie Downing is amazing, and just want to give a shout out to her for all the work she does on this
28
event.
years you've been doing this, Kellyanne. I seem to remember that faith really drives a lot of what got you into this work. Is that true?
So, you know, I think I've talked to you about this before.
Yeah.
My mother was a big advocate of Dr. Norman Vincent Peale
Right.
and the power of positive thinking, and that you just have to keep moving forward. You just have to keep thinking positive, and then things will work out, you know, and maybe they're not big wins all the time, but we have to appreciate the small wins as we're going through this and never give up.
I think it's great, by the way, they have Jan Scully, because she had the great group Solar Youth over the years, and she's
Yes.
someone like now moving on to help you doing what you're
She's
doing.
been an excellent addition to our team.
What a difference you folks have made in the community. Well,
And
keep
you
it going,
too, Paul.
Kellyanne
Thank
Dan.
you for doing this.
I'm so happy you're in New Haven. I'm so happy that you brought in the reach of New Reach. And I just hope everybody listening right now, even, you know, wait at 2 minutes to put up that cup of coffee and just go to thegreatgive.org. And let's throw them some love for all the love they spread in New Haven. Thanks, Kellyanne.
Thanks, Paul.
And we're going to take Grits King. Get a little break here for us. He's been the theme song of my segments here of the Great Give Radiothon 2023 on WNHH FM, New Haven's home for community radio. And we'll be back with the Student Loan Fund in a couple of minutes on the Great Give Radiothon. Welcome back to the Great Give Radiothon 2023 on WNHH, New Haven's home for community radio, 103.5 FM, live streamed at newhavenindependent.org. Actually, WNHH.org. I got to remember to start saying that. We're in the middle, folks, of the Great Give, in the home stretch, actually. It's a 36-hour radiothon, and I think it tells us on the website there's 9 hours, 23 minutes left. $2.4 million have been raised for over 500 nonprofit organizations. That's a lot of money. It's great. And you know what? We want to do even better. It's going to be a lot to get there. That 3.5 million that we got last year, I'd like to see us get there. So we're trying to do our part in helping you by bringing on some of the people doing the great work day in and day out to make New Haven a connected and sustainable and caring place. And we're going to, in a minute, hear about help with student loans. But first, I'd like to tell you, if you go to thegreatgive.org, put any of the organizations in you want to help. There are prizes, matching gifts. If you like what we're doing here on nonprofit radio and journalism, you might want to throw some money to the Online Journalism Project. That's what broadcast this radio station, the WNHH. We also publish the New Haven Independent and the Valley Independent Sentinel. You can type in any of those. And this segment, we'd like you to type in Student Loan Fund. Krista Estrada is here to tell us. She was on our radio station in October. They were right in the midst of a campaign then, and we're going to hear what they're up to now. Krista, thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you so much for having me. I am so excited to be back here to talk a little bit more about student loans, the work that we've been up to, and sort of like, catch up again after we saw each other in October.
Yep, awesome. If you don't mind, get a little closer to the mic.
Yes,
So
of course.
what poem or song did you bring?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What poem or song did you bring?
Oh, poem or song?
Remember, we asked everyone to come in to start out with a poem or a song that ties into your...
Yeah, I think Arundhati Roy said, we can welcome the world, we can leave the pandemic world, and so I've sort of paraphrased what she said, but essentially what she says was that we were going to enter into a new, we can carry the baggage of the old world, or we can dream a world anew and imagine what it could be in the future, right? And have that idea of like ideation and what we can accomplish together. And I think today the Great Gift is a really good example of how we can seeing what we experience together, what we can do together, what we can imagine together, what we can do together.
I love that. And what you're doing is you're helping people who have crushing student loan debt.
Yeah.
So, by the way, while you listen to this conversation, if you go to thegreatgive.org, please type in Student Loan Fund and help them. There's been a lot going on since we talked in October. So how are you, like October, you had a specific campaign when there was a deadline. So public service workers had a deadline if they were teachers or I'm not sure nurses or whatever, but if they had student loan debt, they had a one-time chance to get a lot of that erased. How did that happen? How did that work out?
Yeah, so overall, Student Loan Fund really focuses on student debt cancellation as a whole and really making sure that we are fighting for education justice, and in particular higher education justice and affordability, right?
It's not catch-22, right? You're not going to make money unless, good money unless often, although it's not always as true anymore, but it's still to some extent true unless you get some degrees. It costs money to get those degrees. You got to borrow that money to get those degrees, and it's crushing.
And they're essential fields too. We talk about nurses and medics and all the other fields that really make our society thrive. Therapists, right? All of the work that we need and to make good money, right? Or to make decent money. And some borrowers can't even get to that, right? And so we have to acknowledge that there's just a bigger crisis. And so part of our work that we've been doing is, talking about student cancellation. And also, how do we go about navigating the system that we have today? So the PSLF campaign was a way to do that. We want to do big systemic change, and we honor the reality that the only way to get out of this issue is to cancel student debt. But we also honor where we are at the moment and that borrowers need support today. So the PSLF campaign was a little bit of the work that we do to partner on individuals who need support with connections at our national level to be able to get resources to answer questions about what kind of programs might be beneficial for me at the federal level for repayment. What is an income-driven repayment program? So as we're navigating cancellation at the full level, what we want to also do is provide resources for today so borrowers can go ahead and have a trusted place to go to and ask questions to, but also organize and advocate for the necessity of what it is to restructure a system that is harming our communities, and in particular, communities of color, Black women in particular. How do we dream and envision the fact that we can do this differently by actually fighting for educational equity, both K through 12, but also higher ed, and the recognition of how important it is in today's world to have that.
I wish we had a world where just higher ed should be free.
Yes, absolutely. And
With
so
an investment that would pay off. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's an investment on the people. We've already invested into our communities, and by canceling student debt and helping us advocate for that cancellation, it helps borrowers take leadership in their own debt, reclaim their power in the ways that like this system has often oppressed borrowers to think that there's no solution out, but also connect them to communities and other borrowers to remove the shame and recognize that we're suffering this together because the system is doing this to us, but we can fight collectively and together and organize so that we can make a change for ourselves and our communities. And this will help our local economies, right, thrive. It will help first-time home ownership. It will help borrowers, feel comfortable enough to have kids, to start families, right, to expand their businesses, and to be able to support their elders, chosen family and such.
So it sounds like it's a two-prong, as many great nonprofits have a two-prong strategy.
Yeah.
The Student Loan Fund, one is to advocate
Yeah.
to make it a better system,
Yeah.
and then direct service, you help individuals
Yeah.
who are dealing with crushing student loan debt. Tell me about the second part. How many people do you help, and how do you help them?
So we do the helping as an outreach strategy to make sure that we can access borrowers and borrowers know that we exist. We've last year through the PSLF waiver, for example, we helped over 3,000 borrowers through our webinars, our one-on-one sessions.
Good job.
And so what we're trying to do is reach out to them and say, hey, we are going, all of our information is educational based, right? We're not attorneys, we're not accountants. But what we try to do is partner with organizations like the Institute of Student Loan Advisors, who is also a nonprofit who dedicate themselves to providing support, free ethical support to borrowers, right? And so creating those bridges so that borrowers have a place to go to and a place that they can find ethical information, because we know a lot of borrowers are getting scammed. We know a lot of borrowers are getting misleading information. And we've also seen how servicers have actually failed borrowers as well by giving them the wrong information, getting them into the wrong plans, which is actually what prompted the federal administration to do the PSLF waiver. Because all of the mishappenings with the program, where 99% of those who applied originally were denied. So they had to fix their issue because borrowers met the demands of the federal government to get cancellation. But then
99%, wow.
Yeah, but that cancellation was not honored. So a PSLF waiver was a way to fix some of those issues. I mean, our answer is simple: cancel it, right? It's a lot less cumbersome. Cancel the whole thing. But in the meantime, how do we make sure that those borrowers have access to answer questions? And because Connecticut doesn't have a student loan ombudsman or an advocate, it's really hard for borrowers to find places.
So you serve the ombudsman.
Yeah, so we're trying to, no, we don't serve the ombudsman. We're trying to get an ombudsman.
Right, I know. In
funded.
the absence, I mean.
In the absence, absolutely.
So Student Loan Fund's a national group, am I correct?
No, it is a local. We focus primarily on Connecticut borrowers, but we have a lot of national partners.
Oh, it's national partners. And what's the extent of the problem here, Kuster?
Oh my God, yeah. We have 500,000 Connecticut borrowers who have student debt. We have the 5th highest student debt ratio in the nation. And Connecticut is a small state. By debt, do you mean
just still owing money or having in arrears?
Owing money. 5th in the nation of having student debt. And we're not a big state, right? So being 5th in the nation
And how
is
many
a
of
big
those
deal.
people is the student debt a problem?
Say that one more time.
For how many of those people is student debt a problem?
So half of those, like majority of those people are struggling with student debt. Even folks that you think are doing okay. So we have a couple of variations. We have the students who were never able to graduate, who still have that debt but are unable to make more money. We have the folks who have graduated but have been unable to get well-paying jobs because we know how the job market has been. And then we have the folks that technically kind of look good on paper, that they could be making good money, but if you look at the ratio of how much they're paying in student debt, we have borrowers who have $900 a month of student debt payments. My mother, who's a nurse in a Connecticut hospital and an RN, as an adult learner who became a nurse, her student payments will be $700.
Over how much time?
Until she pays it off.
And how long is that term usually?
Well, she's a public servant, so hopefully it'll be 10 years. But if not, it'll be 25, 30.
That's what I was trying to think. I think that's one sort of unrecognized contradiction in how we try to have even the playing field for people who don't come from advantaged backgrounds, help them get higher education, give a loan to do that. But then if they're paying extra $700 a month on a working class salary or even not for 10 years, 20 years, that kind of doesn't give them the equal access to opportunity.
Absolutely. And the thing that we often hear about cancellation, that's a pushback, is, oh, rich folks would take advantage of it. Rich folks don't have student debt. People like my mother have student debt. People like our members have student debt, teachers, educators. We have members who are part of the Borrowers Collective, who are early childhood educators, who don't make, who make...
Well, I think one answer might be, we would say, okay, make it free for everybody, and that's an investment society makes that will pay itself out. So we don't live in that world right now.
Yeah.
Given that, some people say there's an unintended consequence by canceling student debt because then other people won't get the loans because it'll have that impact on people making the decisions going forward. Have you thought about that at all? Or
I think it's a net positive, whichever way we look at it in terms of student debt cancellation. It'll help all of us, right? Those of us who have, if we can make, there's always going to be the opportunity to have free state. If we have the opportunity to have free state and community colleges, we wouldn't be having the shortage of nurses that we have. We wouldn't be having the shortage of educators that we're having. We will be having.
it's going the other way in Connecticut now, right?
Yeah, we have a much more robust system. We will have a much more robust system of supports, right, and people to be able to do those jobs.
So we talked about direct work, action work by Student Loan Fund, which we're asking you to contribute to on this segment of the Great Give Radiothon 2023 in WNHH. The Community Foundation has brought together over 500 nonprofits raising money for so many good causes. We're hoping to get to that 3.5 million mark by the end of the evening, and we're at 2.4. We're talking this segment. We're asking you to go to thegreatgive.org, type in Student Loan Fund. Don't worry, you're not going to owe any money. You're just going to be giving some money for a good cause. We're talking to Krista Estrada. What's your title there, Krista?
I am the executive director, and I also was a member of the Borrowers Collective originally, volunteering to organize and advocate, and then I became the executive director as of last year.
Excellent. Let's talk about that advocate part now that we talked about direct service. So what are you doing right now in Connecticut? Isn't there a move to increase tuition at the community colleges?
There is, and we're really disheartened by that, right? We already know that Connecticut has a problem with student debt. We know that the federal government has increased a little bit of the Pell Grants that borrowers will receive.
But community college, those are the people we want to make sure don't have the financial burden, right?
Absolutely. And so hiking number one, whatever little increase that the federal government did, which is not sufficient, now it's going to get absorbed by this high tuition increase. And it's already a system that already had issues, right? We want to be able to maintain good, they're talking about folks being laid off. We need access to better educators to be able to give the robust education that students at community colleges deserve. And community college students come from all walks of life, as is true for a lot of other places. But in particular, community colleges are for folks who want to be able to get an education, but may not want the debt or aren't able to go to a 4-year college. And so they tend to be the most vulnerable. They tend to be English language learners or people who are starting out in their career again, right? Adult learners like my mother, or people who are in vulnerable economic states. And so increasing tuition in that population, when we know there's already a student debt crisis, seems really irresponsible in the sense of...
What's the proposed increase?
I don't remember off the top of my head, so I apologize for that. I don't have it with me.
I don't either. You don't apologize. So what are you doing? Are you organizing people to go to state hearings?
So we have been focusing, there's a lot of folks focusing on the tuition increase. We've been focusing a little bit more on the student debt ombudsman this year. And because the tuition increase sort of not caught us off guard, but we are part of the Recovery for All Coalition, for example. And so we've joined the 47 organizations who are working on, a moral budget that really benefits and fits all of us, right? So that we can have access to the things that we need, including not a tuition hike, right? Not a tuition increase.
All right. Harry Joseph, you had a question? No? Okay. So, Krista Estrada, you want to tell us how you got into this kind of work? What you doing before you went to this student loan fund?
So I was a member of the Leadership Roundtable, and I worked at nonprofits doing K-12 anti-racism work and anti-oppression work. But I'd always been the one at my organizations helping my fellow coworkers fill out their PSLF forms or answer questions that I may have known because I was doing research for myself. And so Anne, who's the original founder of the organization, who was also my coach at LDR, brought me into the fold to talk a little bit about organizing and advocacy. And I got to meet the Borrowers Collective, who is really the heart of the organization and the heart of the labor that we've done. We were on operation as volunteers for a whole year or 2 years before we became a formalized 501c3. So it's really the labor of people like Shanice, people like Clancy, people like Amelia, who is also in the Great Gift. Shout out to the Sankofa Learning Center. And so it's people like them that have really allowed us to be in the place that we are today, and that really welcome me and envelop us in the work and that have fought with us and for us for student borrowers. And so that being able to be in that collective to talk about our shared trauma of student debt, to build community, I think it was really what I've always done social justice work, but really brought me into the advocacy and organizing, and in particular, the student debt space. Something I struggled with, have $78,000 in student debt for a bachelor's degree.
You still have it?
I still have it.
Oh my goodness.
And my mother has $90,000 in student debt, including a $15,000 student debt for me as a parent plus loan.
How much do you spend per month?
On student debt payments? Yeah. So my mother will be 700. Last time for me, we don't know yet because with the pauses, but last time I was about $200.
And how many years is that?
I've been paying since I graduated. I've been on constant repayment. I did you get like a 6-month waiver period.
But then you're still doing interest, right?
Yeah.
More at the beginning. So
All of the interest.
when do you get to principal?
Never.
I mean, like, is there a year you can imagine when you no longer have student debt?
So because I'm in public service, I will be eligible for, if the PSLF program doesn't go back to the way that it wasn't functioning, I should be eligible for cancellation in 4 years.
4 years. So you're still paying back a lot of money.
Yeah,
and
I
you're
am.
doing good work. Yeah.
And it'll increase, and the more it's based on how much you earn. So the more you earn, the more you will pay, right? So whatever little increase you're going to get at work is going to go straight into, is going to be factored right into that student debt repayment or the income driven.
It's funny when we have these kind of conversations. On the one hand, our brains are working in the direction of, this doesn't make sense. We have a system that invests in people and has the right outcomes. But given that we don't, we need groups like the Student Loan Fund to be on the ground to help people navigate the opportunities that are there.
Yeah.
To get out of crushing loads of debt.
Yeah, because they're very confusing, and I understand. I mean, I had to navigate them alone, and they're very confusing. And for example, something like consolidating your loans on the federal government, once you do that, you can't undo that, right? So the consequences are very real for making a misstep. And so we want to make sure that within the available options that we have, we're able to provide as much information and access and become that bridge so the borrowers have something to rely on in the absence of institutional support, that we can at least show up for each other and fight for each other and be in community with each other.
Keep fighting. Keep showing up.
Yes,
and everyone who's listening, we can help them. We can help the Student Loan Fund bring a better day for people working hard for new opportunity. TheGreatGive.org is the site, folks. Don't forget TheGreatGive.org. Please, this segment, type in Student Loan Fund. And thank you so much, Krista Estrada, for coming in. Always love hearing about the work you're doing. Keep fighting. I can tell you nothing's going to stop you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
And we're going to take a little break here until the top of the hour. You're listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023 on WNHH FM, New Haven's home for community radio. We're pitching in with the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven, which has brought together now as 507 organizations that have been raising money. The number's going to keep growing. Over 36 hours to jointly raise all boats together, lift all boats, and also qualify some prize money and some matching money. So we're 2.4 million. We want to get to 10,000 people. 667 have ponied up. We want to get more money. If you already have, you could do some more. That's at thegreatgive.org. We're going to listen to Grits King in New Haven with Saving Time. We'll be back at the top of the hour with Justin Farmer sitting in the host seat, and Best Video with the new generational leadership there with Julie Smith. So sit tight, get right, and we'll get bright with you at 11 o'clock.
came into this world with nothing at all. Nothing from my ma and pa. The way the poppy fields do grow, like my love of rock and roll. I got that blue magic. I'm the only one who has it. You want that or nothing else.
Started from the bottom, now I'm here. Used to be blurry about my vision, now I'm clear. Run the pipeline from the prison to the school. Only here for the goals, so you better run the jewels. How you build an empire when you never had the tools. Could've shortchanged the game, but instead I paid dues. All I ever did know was the hustle and that blow. And my mama ate crows just to save my soul. So I'm dressed in black, ready for attack. But you want that light heart when he stepped back. Never been concerned about the shoes on my feet. Always had soul cause I grew from the concrete. Better step aside when you see me come through. Cause I'm the definition of the elder dreams come true. Just a girl from the...
You are listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer. Please go to thegreatgive.org and give to Best Video. Today we have Julie Smith here from Best Video. Julie, how are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. How are you, Justin?
Black Bull to bless. I heard a rumor that you had a excerpt for us from an amazing book. Is this true?
I do. So we were asked to bring a poem or a song or some sort of reading, and I was kind of racking my brain of what to do. And as so many things happen at Best Video, we use the word serendipity all the time, because things just happen serendipitously. Whew, that's a hard one to say. At Best Video.
No.
And one of our members, you know, we were talking, and he started talking about this wonderful quote from a book about community and connection. And he actually brought it to me later that afternoon, and I read it, and I went, oh, this is what I want to read. So, can I go ahead?
Nope, please.
Okay, so this is from a book called Dreaming the Dark by Starhawk, and it's entitled Community. And she says, we are all longing to go home to some place we have never been, a place half remembered and half envisioned we can only catch glimpses of from time to time. Community. Somewhere there are people to whom we can speak with passion without having the words catch in our throats. Somewhere a circle of hands will open to receive us. Eyes will light up as we enter. Voices will celebrate with us whenever we come into our own power. Community means strength that joins our strength to do the work that must be done. Arms to hold us when we falter. A circle of healing. A circle of friends. Someplace where we can be free.
Oh, shit. No, that is definitely a place. I'm guessing Best Video is that place for you.
It really is, and I think this really sums up kind of the approach that we have to welcoming the community into Best Video. For the listeners who may not know about Best Video, we're in Hamden. We're at 1842 Whitney Avenue. We are a film archive. We have over 40,000 titles.
Wow.
Yeah. And they're all for rent. We have memberships, all that good kind of stuff. But we are so much more than that. We're a performance space, community gathering place, and of course we are a coffee bar, serving local Willoughby's coffee, which is awesome. But one of the things that I always tell people when they ask me, you know, what's my favorite thing about Best Video? Why am I there? What am I trying to do? And it really comes back to this, the reading is the word, I don't even know if it's in there, but the word that I use all the time is connection. Because to me, that's what art does. Art in all of its forms, it connects us. Why do you stand in front of a great painting or an incredible piece of music or, you know, or reading a book? You connect. You feel somehow it reaches something inside of you. And I think what really great art does is it not only does that, but it connects us to everyone else. And I think film does that in a way that is really unique, similar to theater in that when you watch a film, well, when you used to watch a film, when you would go to the movie theater, it was that experience, not just of watching the film, but it was the collective experience of watching it. You're sitting in this dark room with all these people, and you're all experiencing the same thing up on the screen at the same time. And I think one of the things that we've lost with, social media and streaming services and things like that is that connection. And not to say those things don't have their place. I mean, I know one of the things that got a lot of the people through the pandemic was, being able to see things online because they couldn't necessarily go experience it. And Best Video actually we pivoted during the pandemic and were able to do curbside service.
Y'all did your best.
What?
Y'all did your best.
Yes, we did do our best. But I think since, I certainly don't want to say, oh, now that the pandemic's over, because I know people are still suffering. But I think with, restrictions easing and people feeling a little more comfortable gathering together, we're really seeing people coming out and saying, oh my gosh, we want to be out with people. We've lost that connection. And I think, again, the beauty of walking around Best Video, as opposed to maybe scrolling through, lists and lists of movies, is you're walking around and not only do you see films that you go, oh my gosh, I didn't know, that's my favorite actor or actress. I didn't know they were in that movie. But you were also seeing films that maybe you saw when you were a kid.
Hey.
And you don't just remember the film, you remember the experience, who you saw it with. Maybe it was, with a special person in your life who maybe isn't here anymore, or just you remember the event. It was a birthday, it was a first date, who knows? But it's that connection that I think is so incredibly important. I don't even remember what the question was.
No. I just asked, is Best Video that space for you based off of that reading?
Yes, it really is, and that's what we've also tried to do with the physical space. If you haven't been to Best Video in a while, come, because it's changed a lot physically. It's really become a place, and we're seeing it more and more, a place where people just want to come and be and hang out. It's a great place to come and have a cup of coffee with a friend, but we've got tons of people who come and, do remote work from there or have meetings, or
get a cronut.
We do not have cronuts. We do have Whitney Donut on Sundays, but yeah, it's just you can tell people really feel. Somebody said to me the other day, "Oh my gosh, it feels like Hamden's living room." I went, "Yay," because again, think about it. A living room is where it's your home. It's where you sit. You're comfortable. Where you connect. It's family. So that's my goal. That's the staff's goal. That everyone who walks through that door feels that way.
So I have had the opportunity to be at Best Video before. I've been to a comedy show. They had a unneurotypical board game night. What else have I been to there? They have had a multitude of events. So what type of events, how can you help us envision what type of events go on there? And then
absolutely,
how does one go about, if I wanted to do an event or I had an idea, how would I do that?
Absolutely. So, oh my gosh, and I use this in air quotes, a regular week or any given week at Best Video. There's definitely, we're Best Video Film and Cultural Center. So there's definitely going to be a screening, at least one, if not two. So every month we do a new screening series, and there's usually a theme. this last month we were doing the films of a Korean director, Park Chan-wook.
Oh.
We did a series on underrepresented women directors I think in January. We're doing this month, for the month of May, we're doing the 4 films of Elaine May.
Oh, hey.
I thought if anyone would appreciate that, Justin, it would be you. See, I got you laughing. But Elaine May, people may know her from like Nichols and May. They were an old comedy team, but she actually was one of the first kind of female directors in Hollywood to really kind of come to fame. And her last film, she's still alive. Her last film that she directed, though, was a film called Ishtar, which most people go like, oh, it's always the butt of jokes of. It was the biggest Hollywood flop. And we actually are going to be showing, and I'm going to be presenting it because I've been doing a ton of research on it to find out that one of the reasons it was a flop was basically because people really didn't want her to kind of be successful as a woman. So it's trying to look at it through a new lens. But so we do screening series. That's actually free if you're a subscription member at Best Video. It's free. And if you're not, it's $7. We really try to make everything as accessible as possible. And but we also do tons of music, really focusing on local musicians and everything from, you name it, jazz, Brazilian music, African drumming, punk, folk, bluegrass. We got it all. Experimental music. We're also doing a lot of different special events, collaborating with other nonprofits. We had a series that we started in January called Queer Film Club. We're working with New Haven Pride, East Rock House, and Hamden Pride, really wanting to, cross those town lines. I know, Justin, you and I have had this conversation over the years of, the concept of town lines being
town lines?
being arbitrary, and that, the more that we can come together regionally, the better, the better off we're going to be. So that was one of the things that we really wanted to do. So we, and it's been fantastic, absolutely fantastic. And I think we're definitely going to continue it. We're also working with the New Haven Documentary Festival. The first Friday of every month, we're showing one of their films. And we are also collaborating with the New Haven 48-Hour Film Project. So actually tonight we're going to be having, the first Thursday of every month, we have what's called Lounge Night. And Lounge Night is, we have a jazz pianist there from 5 to 7, so it's nice and quiet. From 7 to 7:15, excuse me, we show the shorts from the 48-Hour Film Project. And then we usually have DJs who come in and do curated ambient lounge music.
Okay, that's a new spin.
Nicely done. And tonight, actually, the DJ's not going to be there. Unfortunately, he's sick. But we're going to be having an organic wine tasting with Palm Wine Events that's run by Oni Obiocha. Yeah. So we're also hosting a monthly speaker series, a neighborhood speaker series. For people, there's so many fascinating people around us. And just for them to come in and talk about what they do and who they are, what they're passionate about. We just had Alan Lowe, who is a jazz historian. And I mean, it was and he played all this incredible music from like the early 20th century. It was really amazing.
He did it on the low.
He did do it on the low. And next week we're having, this might interest you, this will be a very unique conversation. We are hosting Ray Hassett, who is a retired police officer from New Haven. He was the chief hostage negotiator for New Haven. And Jeremy Brewer, who you
Hampton
probably
High.
know. Jeremy is the school resource officer right now at Hampton High School. And they're going to be having a conversation called Something to Talk About. Or Something to Think About, I'm sorry. and well, and the conversation is not what one might, given their vocations. The conversation really is a lot more about the power of connection. There's that word again, which is one of the reasons why I was really, as soon as they came to me to talk about it, I was like, yes, let's do this. And how with social media and phones and just kind of our current, obsession with devices, that we've really lost the power
They can be divisive.
the power of human connection, and really how to, when you're in a situation, maybe how to sort of pick up on people's social cues and nuances, and how we interact with people, and really the idea of taking a step back, taking a moment before you react, and really sort of putting yourself maybe into another person's shoes of, is this person coming in? Had they just come, did they just get in an accident? Did they just have a horrible day? You don't know. You never know what's going on with people. And so the conversation is much more about how do we kind of get off of our phones, and that when we're out in the world, how do we interact in a more positive way, but also in a more, in a way that we're much more aware of what's going on, and able to either help people and or, in certain circumstances, protect ourselves, or just remove ourselves from maybe a situation that isn't safe. So they're going to have a conversation. The really interesting thing is Ray is, like I said, he's a retired police officer, hostage negotiator. He was an actor before he became a police officer. He was in The Empire Strikes Back. He was in, so he's this really interesting person. As you know, Jeremy has done all these TED Talks, and they both train people in sort of situational awareness, emotional awareness. So I think it's going to be a really interesting conversation. It's free, open to the public. So while we're trying to do, as I said, screenings and music and all of that, we're also really trying to open Best Video up to the community in as many ways as possible. So to answer your question, how does somebody, if they want to do an event, just call me or come see me. I can't tell you how many people I've had come in and say, hey, I was thinking this might be a really great event, and my answer is almost always, great, let's try it. What's the worst that's going to happen? People don't come to it. Okay. That's okay. We tried it.
And that email or phone number?
My email is execdir. So it's EXECDIR, so shortened executive director, at bestvideo.com. The phone number there is 203-287-9286. And all this information is on the website, which is www.bestvideo.com. And you can see all the events there as well. We have a big events calendar. And I'm sure there's all kinds of other stuff that I'm forgetting about that we're doing too. But yeah, we've got usually about 20 events a month.
Wow.
Yeah.
So every day or about?
Just about. We don't tend to have events on Mondays, but you never know.
I know you're going to hate me for doing this to you. But if you had to pick an event or a series, which is one that really speaks to you, or one that you would really recommend?
Oh, that's so hard. They're all so good. I would have said the Queer Film Club, but we haven't set the new date, so but that's just been so much fun and such a great crowd. Am I not being loud enough? Oh, sorry. I'll talk right in there. Oh gosh. I'm going to have to say the documentaries, because the one that we have coming up tomorrow night, The Stork Man, I can't wait. But next month we're doing one on, again, something that is very near and dear to my heart, important on housing, affordable housing. Babs will be there. She's going to mediate it. And there are 2 documentaries. I think the first is one on folks who are trying to buy a first-time home. And then the other one is really about like the dearth of affordable housing. And again, I think, as you know, that is in my past life, that is something really important to me in a conversation that I think we need to be talking more about. So, I'm going to have to go with New Haven Docs. And please forgive me, all the other people. I love you all equally.
Well, thank you so much. Y'all are listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. Please go to the Great Give and give to Best Video. And feel free to also give to the Online Journalism Project, which is us, WNHH FM 103.5, as well as the Independent. Julie Smith, thank you so much.
Thank you, Justin.
You are listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer. Please go to thegreatgive.org and give to Gateway Community College. Today we have Heidi Green with us. Heidi, how are you?
I'm well, Justin. Thanks for having us on. It's really a pleasure to be here.
It is good to re-meet you again.
Justin and I were just remembering that we had met when I was at Save the Sound, but now I'm at Gateway Community College, and I'm more than thrilled to be with the school and with the students.
Hey, so I heard that you have a poem for us.
I do. Actually, this poem was written by Maria Solomon.
Hey.
Maria is a Gateway student. She submitted this poem as part of a competition that we had this year amongst students to share their perceptions of Gateway. So that the competition was Gateway My Way, and this is what she had to say. Knowing who you are will expose what is inside. Born to a mother that doesn't want to know her daughter wasn't good glue. Does she know God created me and called me to be more than just little old me? Searching for a person who would know of a woman I could be, not just little old me. Is there more than just little old me? Child of God, wife, mother, sister, friend, auntie, not just little old me. And I love that poem. Again, that's by Maria Solomon. I really like it because being a student at Gateway helps people transform in ways that we can really only imagine. But the stories that we hear are great.
Yeah. No, what, it really puts the community in community college.
It does. Community is our middle name at Gateway Community College.
So tell us about, Gateway. From my understanding, it's part of the state system.
Mm-hmm.
But, let's say I'm thinking about going to Gateway. What are the things that I should know, or what should my family know?
That's a really good question. So Gateway Community College is part of the state system, and all of the 12 community colleges in Connecticut will merge to one CT State Community College in July 1st. But what that means for students is that there will be more options, more class opportunities because once you're a student and can take classes in any of the community colleges. We think that people will still continue to take classes at Gateway. We have students right now from 153 towns.
Wow.
And there are only 169 in the state of Connecticut. So we really are the flagship community college. And some of the things that are unique about Gateway are, our location is right in downtown, so it's a very urban campus. It feels really vibrant and lively. We have hundreds of degree and certificate programs. So wherever you are, we will meet you there and help you get to where you want to go. Some of the programs that I find really exciting that Gateway offers are, we have the only railroad program in the Northeast. We train engineers and switchers and conductors. We also have a public utility management program. So we partner with Southern Connecticut State University. Students can take a couple of semesters or a couple of years at Gateway. All the credits transfer, and it's a partnership also with the Regional Water Authority and the utility companies. It is unique in the country.
No, definitely the rail part, getting you on the right track.
Exactly. Very good. So I am the Associate Dean of Institutional Advancement at Gateway, and what that means is that I am both the work for the college, but I'm also the liaison to the Gateway Community College Foundation. And the Gateway Community College Foundation is participating in the Great Give. It's a 501c3 nonprofit, and the foundation exists to provide scholarship support to students, to provide professional development grants to faculty and staff, and to fund student activities and programs. So it's really there to support Gateway in every way it can. In fact, tonight, about 60 volunteers will come together to decide who receives what scholarships. So we have $100,000 in scholarship assistance to give away this year, which is not nearly enough, Justin. There were over 600 students who applied for scholarships. So these volunteers are going to have a very, very difficult difficult time choosing amongst, so many really good qualified candidates. So that's why your gift through the Great Give is so important. And one thing to keep in mind is our alumni are very present in the greater New Haven area. The majority of alumni come from greater New Haven, and after they finish their educational careers, they stay. They create businesses, they find jobs, they build the community here in the greater New Haven area. We have not had a robust alumni network before, and we really feel like that's an opportunity that's been missed. And so we are working to recruit alumni to an alumni network now. Part of that, so on June 21st, there'll be a meet and greet with alumni, and if you want more information about that, you should contact the Institutional Advancement Department, because it's going to be really fun. But in the Great Give, a couple of alumni who are on the board of the Gateway Foundation have raised their hands and reached into their pockets and will match the first $1,000 that is contributed by Gateway alumni.
Wow.
So small gifts, big gifts, doesn't matter. We really, want to make it as attractive as possible for alumni to re-engage with Gateway.
Wow, no, that is amazing. So Gateway is down here in New Haven. What's the address?
It's 20 Church Street, and it is an interesting fact about Gateway. This campus is about 10 years old. It was the first LEED certified public building in the state, and was LEED certified gold. So, okay. So it is a flagship campus. It's still one of the most welcoming and sustainable campuses in the system. We just put new solar panels on the roof. We are upgrading all of the lighting to LED lights, and so we're working to have even a smaller footprint going forward.
Wow. I've been to your library.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful building. Very open, very wide. What's your favorite part about the physical building of Gateway?
Oh, that's a really good question. My favorite, I don't know if you've ever been up to the 4th floor south. On the 4th floor, there is a rooftop garden. That is the Jane Curran Memorial Garden. It was supported by the family of Jane Curran, and it's a beautiful place. It's on the south side, so it gets lots of sunshine. And what I like most about, it's really beautiful, right? So it's a great place to just hang out, as if we had time to do that. But what I really like about it is the students will go there, and the nursing and allied health students have their classes on the 4th floor. So there's a point in the semester where they are all learning to do things like take each other's vitals. And so you often will see them sitting out there in the sunshine with stethoscopes to each other's hearts. It's really a great thing.
No, as you're talking about the critical infrastructure, right? Nurses, our railroads, lights, utilities, these certificate programs.
Mm-hmm.
Can you share, just stories you've heard about people who it's changed their life?
Well, there are so many. It's really, it is really remarkable. The certificate programs, I think, are very exciting. So, Gateway has actually the best General Motors automotive program in the country.
Oh, wow.
And so it is that the automotive program is currently on the North Haven campus. We are hoping against hope that we will be able to move it to Long Wharf. But that program, you know, folks can enter and they intern at dealerships all around the state, and 100% of the students who finish are hired by dealerships. I mean, the
Wow.
reputation is really, really strong. And one of the great things that the Gateway Community College Foundation does is, in order to intern at a dealership, you need to have a tool set. You have to have all of the sockets or wrenches or whatever they are. I have no idea what they are really, but you have to have them. And a tool set can cost like $3,000, which for low-income folks is a heavy lift. And so so that the foundation has, through the support of generous donors, been able to underwrite the costs of those tool sets for a number of the automotive students. Other certificates, so the allied health programs are certificate programs where people, you know, engage for a couple of years to learn very specific skills. And then, nuclear medicine, for instance, or phlebotomy, or, I mean, there are hundreds of them, literally. So, and you know, you achieve the skills within a limited amount of time, take the exam, get the certificate, and you are making $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 a year. So it's a really fast return on your investment. And what's exciting is that many of our allied health students then decide to stay at Gateway and go into the nursing program. Mm-hmm. And the nursing program is a program that's a very strong relationship with Yale New Haven Hospital. So our students work in the hospital, and many of them are hired at the hospital. And I think, you know, for parents of kids who are thinking about where to go next, and for adults who are thinking about where they want to beef up their skills and become even more marketable, Gateway is really the place to look. Our tuition is reasonable. The faculty are deeply engaged and really committed to the students. It's a great place, and there are many, many, many opportunities. So, you know, for $5,500 a year, you can, you know, that's so much, it costs so much less than if you went to even Southern for, you know, the first 2 years. So do your associates at Gateway, do a certificate program at Gateway, and before you do that, reach into your pockets, pull out your phones, and give to Gateway Community College Foundation through the Great Give.
No, you're giving us so many great reasons to give. Any last thoughts that you have about, you know, how people can connect and to the foundation, and how to? You said you had 60 volunteers coming in. So how do people connect for these opportunities?
That's a great question. Thank you. So there are a number of ways that people can connect with the foundation. We have a board of 26 members, and so you know that. But if you're interested in serving on the board or serving on committees, please reach out to us about that. Every year, we do recruit volunteers to read scholarships. It is work that really connects with your heart. It's also a limited time frame. We are, as I said, recruiting the alumni network, and we believe that, you know, that the network will develop around career opportunities and social opportunities, and engage alumni with one another and back with the college. On November 2nd, we will celebrate our 26th annual Hall of Fame celebration. That is a huge party. The honorees have not been officially announced, but I'll show my hand here. They are going to be Keith Churchwell from Yale New Haven Hospital. We have Carmen Rodriguez as an alumni volunteer. An alumni honoree. We have Garrett Sheehan, who is the president of the New Haven Chamber, is our corporate honoree. We are honoring the Allied Health Alumni Network, and the Lion Award will go to Representative Tony Walker. So it should be a really fun event, and to find out about sponsorships for that or to get tickets in advance, please reach out to us.
Y'all are listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer. Please go to thegreatgive.org and give to Gateway Community College, and feel free to give to the Online Journalism Project, which is us, WNHH FM. Thank you so much, Heidi.
Thank you, Justin. It was really nice to be with you.
See.
Blood-stained white sheets, say they somebody dying is bringing heat like the iron, and you ain't gotta have beef, still clapping fucking fine. All I hear is sirens, pray I ain't taking another loss. Life came with a course and we all pay it. Names engraved, claim the graves that we laying. They gon' tell you they love you, won't tell you when they was hating. And them saying niggas that's gon' fake it until they make it. The rest of us out here gon' get it, cause we gon' take it. Don't tell me what you got, tell me how you got it. That ain't the life you live, so how you figure you bought it. I'ma be real till I die. You say the same and I doubt it. You let the hype gas you up, I'm hot regardless. Without it, never been the type to brag, but I got this in the bag, and I'm trying, boy, to go for it. I just never had. Give my dad a bigger crib, mama better way to live. My sister's the comfortability of not needing these niggas. Build me a house up on the mountain and some issues. Make it see through just to walk around but naked in that if I deserve it. All the time I put in, hustling and grinding for ends, can't tell me I don't deserve it. All the time I put in, hustling and grinding for ends, can't tell me I don't deserve it. For every time I fought tears, feeling alone all these years, fighting and facing my fears, can't tell me I don't deserve it. For all the time I fought tears, feeling alone all these years, fighting and facing my fears, can't tell me I don't deserve it. For every night I stayed up with a pain in my gut, cold wind in my strut, don't know where I'm going, but I'm going and I ain't looking back. Could only blame myself, thinking only if I could've took it back. I've been stupid, I've been foolish, but I'm growing, show improvement. If I got something to prove, then I'm proving it to myself.
You're listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer. Please go to thegreatgive.org and give to End Hunger CT. Our guest today, Molly Stadnicki. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. I would like to start off with a poem. It's called The Cost of Hunger, author unknown. The social impact of hunger is profound, affecting the young, the old, and all those around. It stunts growth and dulls the mind as basic needs are left behind. For children, hunger is a thief, stealing away their youth and robbing their belief. In the future they could have had, now taken by a force so sad. Hunger knows no borders, no race, no creed. It preys on those who are most in need, the poor, the sick, the elderly, the young. No one is immune as hunger has its run. Yet there is hope for those who care, who seek to help the hungry and the bare, who offer food and hope a chance. Let us come together and raise our voice to end the scourge of hunger and make a choice, to feed the hungry and care for all, to make a difference by standing tall. So, on that note, a little bit about our organization. End Hunger Connecticut is a statewide anti-hunger nonprofit. We are focused on increasing food security across Connecticut through outreach, advocacy, education, and programming. We've been doing that for over 20 years.
Hey.
Our purpose is to serve as a comprehensive resource for policymakers, community organizations, and low-income families, and we're a vehicle between grassroots and policy. So our direct services and that of our partners inform advocacy to local, state, and even national leaders. We're currently leading the charge on Connecticut's School Meals for All campaign. So we're trying to secure funding for students to access meals at no cost in school. We are working on direct service work, such as an in-house call center that assists with SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. And we also do promotion of other federal programming, such as the CT Summer Meals Program. We also operate the CT Fresh Match Program, which provides funding for farmers markets to double SNAP at a 1-to-1 ratio. So over 2,000 of our clients that we work with are in the greater New Haven area, and our New Haven farmers market partners doubled over $24,000 in SNAP eligible purchases last year. So even though we are statewide, our work is really present here in the greater New Haven area, and we're always looking to expand on it, but we can't do that without donations. So we do really appreciate the opportunity to come on today and speak about our organization, especially during the Great Give. And we appreciate that because, full transparency, it can sometimes be difficult to convey to people where their dollars go when they donate to us. Even though we work closely with many agencies that are distributing food, we're not a food bank, and a lot of our hard work happens behind the scenes, so it's not always tangible. Things move slow in the state legislature, they move slow in Washington, but we've made some really great strides in the last 20 years, and there's more to do, and we can't do it alone. So I think that's why the poem I started with today seems like a perfect summation of what we do. Hunger is so prevalent, we talk about it so much, it affects everyone, doesn't discriminate, gender, race, age, doesn't matter. Hunger is out there, but we have to stand up and speak to those who have the power to make systems change. So the work of our state's food banks are so important and needed, but we can't truly end hunger without shaping programs that give Connecticut families improved access to nutritious food, not only nutritious, but plentiful. We want people to thrive, not just survive. And so we really need to stand up to those in our local, state, and national legislatures that govern our food systems and policies. So that's a huge part of what we do and what donors are giving towards. So a donation is really an investment in a better tomorrow. So you might not be able to see it right away, but if you look back on our history over the last 20 years, all our support dollars have gone towards the good policies that have come out of our initiatives and our efforts that we've supported. So we wouldn't be able to do any of the work we do without our donors. We're really grateful for the support, and you can find us on the Great Gives website until 8 o'clock today, or give anytime on our website at endhungerct.org/donate.
Wow. So you said so much.
Yeah, we do a lot, and that's not even all of it, but it's hard to, like I said, it's hard to convey everything that we do, but support dollars go a really long way. We're appreciative for every cent that we receive to help us do this work.
So y'all, one thing I've noticed, and we, during the pandemic, we saw a lot of people initially, right, go to these food banks, go to distribution centers, and we still see an influx of people. Food banks, right, are
inundated.
Inundated, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, if you can speak more to the policy side, because I think a lot of times when hunger, right, is a policy decision, right? We have chosen through the laws that we make, the ways that we make food accessible, interest rates, all these different things have made policy of hunger something acceptable. And so y'all work on that. And so can you speak more to that type of work?
Yeah, of course. So, as you mentioned during the pandemic, I'll use SNAP, for example, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, formerly known as food stamps. A lot of our advocacy does actually happen at the national level because things like SNAP, summer meals, a lot of child nutrition efforts, all of those things are they're administered at the state level, but all of the regulations are at the federal level. So if we want to make some real change, we have to go way up the flagpole. So I can use SNAP as a great example. So during the pandemic, the first 3 months of the pandemic, we took 20,000 SNAP calls for assistance, and that was more than all we did in all of 2019. And that was because we were in a pandemic. People were losing their jobs. People were finding themselves in need of assistance for the first time. And still today, we're doing probably double what we would have done pre-pandemic in SNAP assistance in our call center. And then, of course, during the pandemic, you saw the emergency allotments, which were the extra bump in SNAP benefits that Congress approved. So if you're a household of one and you're getting $20 in SNAP, you would get the full amount that your household could qualify for, but maybe your situation you don't actually qualify for the max amount. But everyone was getting the difference, so everybody, no matter of their situation, was getting the full amount. And especially during record inflation, that was really helping a lot of folks, both during the pandemic and kind of in this post-pandemic era, and in the time where eggs are $10 a carton. And so we've seen those go away. Those ended in February, March, nationwide, and obviously in Connecticut. So we've already seen a steep hunger cliff. We always knew that those emergency allotments were going to be temporary, but now at the federal level, we're in Farm Bill mode. It's every 5 years the Farm Bill is reauthorized, and legislators debate what is going to be cut, increased, pieced together in the Farm Bill, and SNAP makes up a giant percentage of what's in the Farm Bill. So, and I'm actually going to DC tomorrow for a conference, and we're going to advocate for the Farm Bill. But my point is, all of these, we're still in record inflation. The emergency allotments have gone away, and there are a lot of policymakers that are calling for really harmful cuts to SNAP. And last year, or 2001, I believe, we reevaluated the Thrifty Food Plan, and we increased SNAP benefits. And they want to take things like that away. So even though the emergency allotments that were really helping people for so long have gone away, we see Farm Bill advocacy, for example, as like a tangible thing that we can do to support and strengthen things like SNAP and other really great nutrition initiatives that support not only residents but farmers, equitable and more accessible programs, and in regards to SNAP as well. So our partners in the state and above, because like I said, we're advocating hard at the national level as well, have been talking about how we can strengthen and support Farm Bill initiatives instead of slashing all this good work that we've already done on top of participants losing out on all of these COVID relief measures that, we are in post-pandemic era, but we're still very much feeling the effects also during record inflation. So a long way to answer that question, but definitely something that we're doing right now that we feel like we can take action right now to make sure we're supporting and strengthening things that we've already built a foundation for.
Something that you were saying and mentioning, the Farm Bill, right? Lots of money, very long, notorious, random things end up getting put into it.
Oh yeah.
And so, y'all have been around for 20 years. Things like the doubling of SNAP benefits, right? Providing access to healthy food. That's a policy initiative that y'all worked on.
Yeah, and so that's partially actually connected to Congress and the Farm Bill as well. We operate our CT Fresh Match program out of two different buckets. One is GUSNIP, which is a really long acronym that I probably will not be able to pronounce. But that is something that the USDA has in place, a grant. We are a subrecipient of with a bunch of other regional partners across the Northeast. And that allows us to double fruits and vegetables. So a large part of our SNAP doubling is on that side. And then we also have a contract with Connecticut's Department of Agriculture that allows us to double non-produce items and focus on CT grown. So obviously with GUSNIP, we're very appreciative, and we would not be able to do the SNAP doubling without this grant award. But the limitations are just fruits and vegetables, and we definitely know that fruits and vegetables are part of a healthy diet. But we also know that Connecticut has a lot of other great things to offer that are part of a well-balanced diet that SNAP recipients can't always afford. So things like organic meats and honey and eggs and dairy. And so we partnered with our Department of Ag to be able to also double those items, because also those items can be a lot more expensive, and for good reason. We know, meat is more expensive than produce. And so that increases access, and it increases choice too. We don't want to be telling SNAP participants what they can and cannot purchase. So that's another thing that we've worked on. Obviously, Congress has worked on with introducing GUSNIP, and we've gotten that award and have been able to do that through GUSNIP. And then actually the contract we have with the Department of Agriculture, we entered in just last year. So that was something where not as much access as we would like with the fruits and vegetables are actually creating a barrier, because other people want other things, and things are expensive, and it's still a barrier to access. And so we partnered with the Department of Ag, and that has been really successful so far.
Note that the more that you say, the more I just think about, so y'all as an organization, as an institution, not only are lobbying for opportunities to make sure that people have food in their bellies, but also making food more accessible.
Absolutely. Yep. And helping local farmers and growers as well. We have a really big focus on CT grown. So
shout out to the local farmers.
Yes, big shout out. We wouldn't be able to do any of this without you. So yeah, it's really a win-win-win.
And so, if there was one thing that people needed to know about y'all, right? What would that one thing, right? One program that, is special to you, that, the thing that you want to brag about. What's that thing for you?
Ooh, that's a good one, because I just feel like I bragged about a lot in my first speech here. But I would like to, and I mentioned this a little bit, but brag and shout out to all of them. Again, our SNAP call center is really the beating heart of what we do. We do a lot of advocacy work, obviously a lot of, bill sign-ons and lobbying and all of that kind of stuff, but the crux of what we do is our SNAP call center. So our call center, when it's fully staffed, is 5 people. I think we have 3 or 4 right now.
Wow.
But they handle thousands of calls per year, and our call center is small on purpose, because we know that when you call for assistance, especially if you're calling someone like the state, who, DSS, they're a very great partner of ours, but they do a lot of things. Understandably, you get a different person on the phone every time you call, and you have to re-explain your situation. And we know that can be hard. And so, like I said, we are a partner with DSS, so we are able to remove that barrier. And we are always looking for improvement, or technology improvements for our call center, so that we can remain small, but improve our efficiency, because it tends to be a lot easier for people to know that they're going to speak to Maggie, for example, our senior call center associate.
Hey. Shout out to Maggie.
Yeah, shout out to Maggie. Shout out to all of our entire call center and the entire Connecticut team, because all of our outreach, all of our programming around SNAP drives people to the call center. And, you know, we're in a unique position with the SNAP doubling because not only are we providing the funding to do that, but a lot of times we will go to our farmers market partners and table there because we're providing the funding, but we can also provide support and answer questions if you have questions about SNAP because we do all of that assistance over the phone in our call center. So the call center is not only a direct program, but it also provides data for us to back up what we're saying about SNAP and inform our advocacy. So it's kind of a full circle, and we wouldn't be able to do anything without our SNAP call center because it is at the crux of all of the other things we're working on.
For those of y'all who joined us, you are listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer. Please go to the Great Give and give to End Hunger CT. Thank you so much, Molly, for coming down today and sharing with us all the great work that y'all are doing.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Hi, I'm Bella, and you can see my YouTube channel at SpideyGirls/Bella. You are listening to WNAH LP 103.5 FM, New Haven, streaming live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. Follow us and share.
This song's for you. If you ever really love somebody, and then realize love alone ain't enough to keep things going. So after a painful breakup, you pull yourself together for a date. Before you know it, you go.
Welcome back to Dateline New Haven on WNHH FM, New Haven's home for community radio. I'm Paul Bass, inviting you to look behind the headlines on the stories that make our community tick. Well, one of our U.S. senators, Chris Murphy, is really making our public national conversation tick with a new quest to tackle an epidemic that he's defining as an epidemic of loneliness. In some of our leading journals in our country, he's arguing that this epidemic is underlying a lot of our main challenges, from gun violence, depression, opioid use, online bullying. And Chris is here to join us for a few minutes to tell us how he came across this crusade, how it factors into specific legislation that he's proposing with his colleagues in the U.S. Senate, and where we go from here. Good afternoon, Senator Murphy. It's so nice to speak with you.
Yeah, great to be with you, Paul. Thanks for having me.
I know you're a busy guy. So how'd you come across this? How'd you make this decision that you were going to focus a lot of your time now, in addition to legislating and running for election now, to having us talk about what it means to have an epidemic of loneliness in our country and how we tackle it?
You're listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. Please go to thegreatgive.org and give to Literacy Volunteers of Greater New Haven. Our guest today is Executive Director Lou Perno. Thank you so much, Lou, for being with us.
Great to be here. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Before we get into the nitty gritty of what y'all do and why it's so important, do you have a poem to share with us? A song?
I did, and I forgot it at my office. But I have a famous expression that I like.
Hey.
And it's from the late Robert F. Kennedy, and it's something that drives me in the work that I do. And the statement was, "Some men see things as they are and say why. I dream things that never were and say why not." And that sort of, I'm a social worker. I've been working in the field for over 40 years, and all the work that I've done in all the agencies that's very much part of my philosophy, and to strive to do as much as you can, and never say never.
So, what does Literacy Volunteers of Greater New Haven do? For those of us who are new to hearing about you, what do y'all do? How long have you been around?
Okay, sure, yeah. Well, first of all, I've been at Literacy Volunteers for 6 years as the executive director.
Great.
Been working in the field for 40 years in New Haven and Fairfield County. But for 48 years, Literacy Volunteers started in 1975. We've been impacting adults through low literacy programs. Helping individuals learn the English language has also increased their reading, math, and writing skills. We provide 2 basic programs for adults in Greater New Haven, Meriden and Wallingford, and the Valley, where we recruit hundreds of volunteer tutors. We train them, and they tutor adults in increasing their reading skills. We have adults that come to us with 3rd grade reading skills and need to increase those skills in order to get a better job, be able to read to their children, in order to navigate the health system. And then our tutors also work with individuals who come from over 75 different countries to learn the English language, to learn how to read, write, and understand the English language. And that's really what we do in a nutshell. And we've been doing that for, as I said, 48 years. Over those years, we've impacted over 21,000 adults.
Wow.
With literacy, and that was all been provided by over 6,000 trained volunteer tutors. And so, our mission is really to partner with adult learners, agencies in the community, tutors, in order to provide literacy skills which will enable individuals to have a much better life.
Wow, that's amazing. So if someone we know, someone is out there listening, how would they interact with y'all to partner with y'all to start receiving services?
Okay, it's pretty easy actually. If in terms of partners being our adult learners, they simply can go to our website, which is www.lvagnh.org, and go to student, and they can register. And then someone from my staff, I have a small staff of 7 employees, but lots of volunteers. But one of my staffs will connect with them, interview them, pre and post test them. We're funded by the State Department of Ed and a number of other funding sources, but because of that, we have to pre-test every student that comes in to see where their reading and English skills are, and develop a curriculum and a plan to place them with the tutor who will start tutoring them for 1 to 2 hours a week. If it's a tutor partner, someone who wants to be a tutor, they do the same thing. Go on our website, lvagnh.org, go to tutors, and they register online, submit their application. Someone will get that application. We do background checks on all of our tutors, and then we'll link them up with training. And our training is very extensive. It's really very comprehensive, to the point where agencies come to us and ask us to train their volunteers for them, because it's such a good training program. We use lots of other professionals to work with our tutors to help them use curriculum and to come up with the best plan that will impact the students that they work with. If one of the aspects of our program is we're decentralized. What that means is we have small offices in 5 locations, 2 in New Haven, 1 at 5 Science Park, 1 at Gateway Community College, 1 in Meriden, and 1 in the Valley in Derby, where there's some tutoring goes on. However, most of the tutoring goes on in the community where students live and work. We link up with libraries who give us free space where tutors will meet their students on a given day and tutor them. It could be in a church basement. We partner with community centers where tutoring can go on. We look for almost any place where we have a small space where up to 4 students per tutor can be tutored. We've had tutoring going on at Panera Bread down here in New Haven, Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts. Actually, last year we had a tutor who went to Planet Fitness all the time, and so we had a tutor meeting him there twice a week, and the tutoring went on there. So those are, that's some ways and that some of our partners can connect with us. One of our most significant partners are donors, and funders. Our services are all free. Our training for tutors is free. So we look at a lot of funding sources, foundations, grants we get a grant from the State Department of Ed, donations, and some fundraising. And one of the big ways that we raise some donor funding is through the Great Give, sponsored by the Community Foundation for Greater New Haven and the Valley Foundation.
Wow. As you were talking earlier, you said, 20,000 plus people have been, their lives have been changed. And thinking about all the different ways that we interact with words on a daily basis, from, reading to your children to accessing your health, just so important. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you joined this work and why you came into this work and have taken on the charge?
In this particular work, Literacy Volunteers, wow. Goes back many years. I born and raised in New Haven. I went to school at Southern, and I got my bachelor's degree in social work, and immediately started working full-time in my first professional job as a social worker at Farnham Neighborhood House in New Haven, a small, an inner-city neighborhood center, smack in the Fairhaven community, and worked there for 13 years. I worked with my specialty was working with youth groups and did a lot of group work, but also working with families and in a lot of different ways. But I met a lot of people through that work. I eventually became executive director of that agency, and I went there as a kid. Actually, it's really amazing to be able to go to an agency as a youngster after school. They had a gym program and a athletic program, after school educational programs. Go there, work there, and then eventually become the director. I was the director there for 5 years, and moved on to another organization. Actually moved on to Norwalk Hospital for a couple of years, which was all working with every volunteer that they have coming into that hospital. So as you can see, working with volunteers was a very much part of my life, even my career, even working at Farnham. Worked with a lot of interns from the colleges and continue to do that today. Then went on to Sterling House Community Center in Fairfield County, where I was there for 29 years as executive director. And after 29 years, I thought I wanted to somewhat semi-retire and do some consulting work, working with nonprofits and helping them deal with lots of different issues and fires that may come up, and help them put those fires out so they can be more effective. And in 2017, learned about this program, and at that time I said I want to continue to give back to the community that I was raised in, and with so many organizations in New Haven impacted my life. So this position came up, and 6 years ago I applied for it, and here I am. and many people say you're a social worker. This is an educational agency. You don't have a background in teaching. Why would you be interested in it? And to be very honest with you, what connected me with that was reading about the impact that not having to be able to read or know English, the impact that has on their lives, on children. I mean, 72% of children who live in households where their parents have low literacy, those children will most likely have also low literacy. They may drop out of school. They may have behavior problems. But I learned about all the impact of not knowing how to read and not knowing the English language has on the individual. And that really attracted me. And I said, well, I'm a social worker and I want to impact people's lives in a positive way. This program can do that and does do that. And so that's what brought me here, as the passion to understand not knowing how to read, not knowing how to speak the English language, what negative impact that has on people's lives in so many ways. And I see it in the population we serve. They're mainly individuals from the community, low income, a lot of low income individuals, adults that come to us, no high school degree. And then there are those that do have a high school degree, but I think we're pushed along and they still did not develop the reading skills and math skills that they really needed to get a good job and things of that nature. And our students run the gamut from, right out of, 18, 19 years old where they've quit school and never went back, and now they all of a sudden want to get back in, but they want their reading skills improved because they want to move on and get their GED. And we work closely in New Haven with the New Haven Adult Ed. We're sort of a feeder program. Once we get individuals get their reading skills up to a good level and their English skills, we will pass them on to Adult Ed where they'll get their GED, high school diploma. Many of them go on to a community college like Gateway Community College, and further from there. We had a wonderful success story. We had a young lady who was from Nigeria, came to us for 2 years. She wanted to improve her English. She did. Her name was Fatimata.
Hey.
She, after increasing her reading skills significantly in our program, she went on to Gateway Community College, got a degree in criminology. From there, she got a full scholarship to Penn State.
Hey.
And at the same time, she got accepted into the Peace Corps to go back to Nigeria where she could help the people that she knew and grew up with. And so Penn State let them take off a year, hold that scholarship. For 1 year, she did the Peace Corps, and now she's at Penn State. And her goal is to continue in the area of criminology. But interestingly enough, she'd like to become a policewoman. Her dad in Nigeria was a policeman, and he inspired her to do that. But that's just one of the many, many success stories that we have of individuals' lives that have really been turned around because they improved their reading, improve their ability to speak, write, and understand English.
Wow. Any last thoughts before we head out on why it's so important, why people should give, to the literacy volunteers of Greater New Haven?
Last thoughts. I think I'd just like to note that we've all experienced in the last 3 years some, terrible challenges because of COVID. And we persevered during that time. We never ceased operations. Staff went remote. We worked remotely with our students. We had to give them free Chromebooks and develop their technology skills, which was a challenge. We're doing sort of a combination of still remote Our goal is to move to all in person, which is what we did prior to COVID, and students want to come back. The remote hasn't extremely been successful with a lot of students, so they're coming back, and we're starting to meet with them more in the libraries and in our agencies. About 65% of them are coming back, but we're still dealing with even though COVID has gotten significantly better in our communities, we're still dealing with the impact of the pandemic, and one of them is our numbers dropped, and we're working hard at doing outreach to bring our student numbers up, and our tutor numbers are coming up now. People are coming out. Right now we have 150 tutors on board, and we have almost 500 students. Our goal for this year is to reach 700 students with 200 volunteers.
Wow. Well, y'all are listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer, your host. Please go to thegreatgive.org and give to the Literacy Volunteers of Greater New Haven. Lou, thank you so much for your time, and thank y'all for all that you do.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me here and promoting the Great Give. It's a wonderful 36-hour, I call it a give-a-thon, impacting over 500 nonprofit organizations that do wonderful things in the community. But yeah, I'm hoping people will understand that literacy is a matter of survival, and Literacy Volunteers of Greater New Haven makes an impact on that. And by contributing to us during the Great Give, you will be impacting thousands of people's lives. Thank you for having me here today.
No problem.
Of the stories that make New Haven tick. And Fairhaven is in the house. Fairhaven's making New Haven tick because on Saturday, May 6th, it's going to be a busy day in Fairhaven for the whole city. It's Fairhaven Day, the annual Fairhaven Parade, and then a whole festival of music, art, sports, food, etc. from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. at Fairhaven School. And we got 5 people in the studio who have been very active and helped make it happen this year. Can tell us all about it. Kiana.
Welcome back to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm your host, Justin Farmer, and we are inviting you to please go to the Great Give and give to the Downtown Evening Soup Kitchen. we have Steve Werlin with us. Steve, how are you?
I'm great, Justin. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you. We were just reminiscing that it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
So
pre-pandemic, I think.
Pre-pandemic, I don't even. I think at the time it was me, you, and now Alderman.
Eli. Eli
Yeah,
Sabin. Yeah.
Alderman Sabin.
Alder Sabin. That's right.
Part of me just doesn't want to say it. Still my kid brother. So, do you have a poem, a song for us?
Yeah, sure. That's a good place to start here. So I brought a poem here. The poem I brought was recently published for the first time in a local publication called Elm City Echo. And for those who don't know Elm City Echo, it is it's a small publication that is put out by the Yale Hunger and Homelessness Action Project. And this is a group of students who work with people with lived experience, most of whom are unhoused, and help them with their own writing and their own artistic expression. And they put it together in a small publication. It usually comes out once or twice a year. And then they give them to them so that they can distribute them or sell them on the street or get it out however they see fit. So I chose a poem that was actually just published in spring of 2022, so almost a year ago now, about a year ago. The author is identified only as Clarence, and this is called A Place to Be. Standing in line in order to get free, something to eat, a place to stay just to be, gathering warmth from the glow of the wood, soft and warm, not too loud, seeing the love that's spread from within, shaping our hopes again and again. The peace is shared from time to time whenever we all are standing in line. Wow. And I liked that one. It's it reminds me of two things. I like the visual imagery of the line, but also how the author turns it on its head a little bit. Because and we struggle with this internally at Desk 2 when we have conversations with the people we serve, but also with our volunteers and with our staff about the line and trying to see the positive aspect in it. Sometimes the line feels necessary, especially during the pandemic. It's been something we've had to put up with. But seeing the positive where people are building community, building social bonds in those conversations, there's something sort of hopeful about that, which I think is important to remember.
No, that's definitely restorative to think about these ways that people are creating community.
That's right.
And changing our perception. What can you share with us about the perception of the soup kitchen and set the record straight on things that you wish people would perceive about the soup kitchen?
Set the record straight. That's that's an interesting way of putting it. I think that I think for setting the record straight for us as a soup kitchen, that's an easy one. Because we're so much more than a soup kitchen. We have soup kitchen in our name, and certainly that was how we started. We started 36 years ago as an organization, a group of people. We're not even an organization, just volunteers getting together, preparing food and serving food to this rise in homelessness that they saw on the New Haven Green, and they were responding to it in a compassionate, in a heartfelt way, in the only way they knew how. And over the last 3.5 decades, we've grown. We've expanded into new program areas, new services, but we've tried to keep that spirit of compassion in what we do, because we think that's really the cornerstone. That's the foundation stone of the work we do. So I'd want people to know that today, Downtown Evening Soup Kitchen, or Desk, has several different programs. We have our sort of flagship program, our soup kitchen program that still operates just off the Green on Temple Street. We also do a weekly food pantry where we distribute whole foods, so foods that people can prepare in their kitchen. And we see sort of a difference in the populations and the clients who come to our dinner program versus those who are coming to our pantry program. Most of the people coming to our pantry program are housed. They have kitchens that they can prepare their food in. Most of them are already receiving some sort of benefits, usually SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We used to be called food stamps. And they're also, many of them are also receiving other forms of government assistance. Many of them, or most of them, are employed. This is a group that we call the ALICE population, asset limited, income constrained, but employed. In the 90s, we used to say working poor. But these are people who just frankly cannot make ends meet in this economy. And so we consider what we do to be supplemental. We are trying to supplement their income by giving them food and giving them these basic needs. We also usually have toiletries and pet products as well to try to just ease personal household budgets. But the newest program that we began offering in April of 2021 is a drop-in and resource center. And this program is in a building that we purchased on State Street. It's a small building. It has a storefront. And in that storefront, we've turned it into a cafe. And we allow people to come in every afternoon, just get in off the street, grab a cup of coffee, some food, something to eat, use the Wi-Fi, use the bathroom, have all this access to basic needs, but at that same trust. They're building relationships, not just with each other, but with our staff and with our volunteers, so that when they are ready to have a conversation about, how do I get into shelter? How do I get into housing? What other benefits and supports are there for me out there? The staff and our partners are there to help them answer those questions and get connected to services. We consider it, this Drop-In and Resource Center, we consider this a literal front door into the vast network of social services that are out there to support people who are unhoused.
Wow. I remember when we met, you were just talking about doing some of this stuff. So I'm like, oh wow, it's come to fruition.
Yeah, no, it's been a steep climb. It's definitely been an uphill battle, but it's been exciting to sort of just watch this program take off and watch things change. And a lot of this came out of work that had been done in at the dinner program, at the traditional soup kitchen program for years. We had outreach workers and case managers from many of our partner organizations coming to us. Liberty Community Services used to come and send outreach workers, and Columbus House would come, and Community Action Agency would come. And one of our strongest partners was the Cornell Scott Hill Health Center's Homeless Healthcare Department. And they would be there a couple of nights a week, and they'd be conducting outreach and connecting people to medical services. And it was through those observations and the conversations with some of our partners, and then ultimately with conversations with the very people we were serving through focus groups and a workshop we held, that we decided this is what the community needs. This is a way to have a great impact on the lives of people we're serving. This could really be a game changer for them. And 2 years into this program, I'm happy to say that it really is. It really has been changing lives, and not just in terms of the benefits we see coming directly out of it in terms of getting people into shelter and getting people into housing, getting people employed, getting people connected to benefits and medical services, but also in building that community, right? And so for those who have seen coverage of the Unhoused Activist Community Team, or UACT, this is a consumer advisory board or an advocacy group that has been getting together people with lived experience and people who support those with lived experience. They're an independent group and they are self-organizing, but we give them the space at the drop-in center. We block off time for them to have that space to have their meetings, and we're very proud to support this group, in part because it really is empowering for them. They are becoming their own advocates, which really makes all the difference, and it's just very exciting to see it come to fruition, in our space.
No, that is wonderful. Where can people find y'all physically to connect with you?
So physically, we've got 3 different locations these days. So we have our building over on State Street at 266 State Street. The building is between Chapel and Crown. Our food pantry program operates out of the Church of St. Paul St. James at the corner of Chapel and Olive Street. We call it the Olive Street Pantry. That's at 57 Olive Street. This is the same location where Sunrise Cafe and Loaves and Fishes also operate out of. So it's a nice little sort of basic needs hub right there in Worcester Square. And then our original program, our soup kitchen program, is still operating on Temple Street at 311 Temple Street in the Center Church Parish House right behind the public library.
And so how does it work? These community members they come to these locations
Yeah.
and what
So-
do they have to do?
They don't have to do anything. We try to maintain what we call a low barrier of entry, meaning that we try to put as few stumbling blocks in front of people as possible. So for our drop-in center, for example, when someone comes in on the first time, they're offered services, they're offered help, but we try not to be too pushy about it. We try to let people come to it on their own and ask us, because we don't want to turn people away. Many of the people who are coming to our drop-in center have engaged services before, and they haven't felt like they've gotten anywhere with them. And so to have a space where they feel like they have some control over what's going on, and they feel welcome, and they don't feel like they're being pushed into anything, is really part of the approach and part of the strategy of this program. Now that said, once they do engage services, we have to ask a few questions, because we have to start getting them into the system. It's hard to get people benefits, especially government benefits, and get them plugged into social services if they're unwilling to give us their name or the last place they stayed or that sort of thing. But we try to ask as few questions as possible for that program. For the dinner program on Temple Street, really people just need to show up. We do a survey once a month in order just to kind of have a sense as to our numbers and what the needs of people are. But for the most part, we don't ask any questions. People are allowed to come get food without no questions asked. The pantry program, there's a little bit more of an intake that goes on with that. But again, there too, if someone refuses or doesn't, for whatever reason, doesn't want to give their information, we'll still give them food. We're not going to turn anyone away.
No, that's amazing. What is something that with all the good work that y'all are doing, what's the thing that really speaks to you that you want to brag about?
So the the next big thing we're doing is major renovation to our building. So when we purchased this building on State Street, we knew from the beginning that we were going to have to make some changes to it, because ultimately the goal is to pull our soup kitchen program out of the old building on Temple Street and bring it all over to the new building. That's the ultimate goal. The new building doesn't have a kitchen, so the first thing we need to do is build a kitchen in the basement. So that's going to start this year actually, and at the same time we're going to build the second floor into our resource center. We've been using it as a resource center, but it really is just it's a former apartment, and we're using it just sort of makeshift as it is. But really, what we're going to do is we're going to put in a purpose-built medical clinic, which will be staffed by the Hill Health team. This actually goes back years and years to when I first joined Downtown Evening Soup Kitchen, and I was working closely with the team from Hill Health, this street medicine team, the homeless healthcare department. Their director, Phil Costello, and I remember we were having a conversation, and this was like, 2016, 2017, and and he said to me about how great it would be to have a clinic in the same place, in the same space as a soup kitchen, because it's really these combining these basic needs and next level services together. And what we have found over the years is that people come to us for basic needs. So they come to us because they're looking for food or clothing or toiletries. They're looking for first aid or maybe harm reduction products. But then we're able to use that and to really connect them to so much more. And maybe they don't even know the questions they want to ask until they've been there, maybe a few days or a few weeks, and they start having conversations with the staff and find out about what's available to them. And so having that space in the same building where we can do that is going to make a huge, huge difference. It's really going to be a game changer in a lot of ways. So when these renovations are complete, and certainly we'll be back in the building before this time next year. The second floor will be a built-out medical clinic with additional offices for some of our other partners. And the first floor will be it'll continue to be our drop-in center. We're going to make some improvements a little bit just to make it feel a little bit more open, a little bit brighter, a little bit nicer. And then the basement level will be that nice big commercial kitchen, which will be producing hundreds and hundreds of meals out of every day. So there's a lot happening, a lot going on that's going to be exciting over the next 12 months.
Wow. Downtown Evening Soup Kitchen. Thank you, Steve. To those of y'all who are with us, you are listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023 please go to thegreatgive.org and give to the Downtown Evening Soup Kitchen. Steve, good to see you. Good to be in community.
Yeah, Justin, nice to see you too. Last plug I'll make.
Yeah.
Go to deskct.org/greatgive to get right to our page immediately. And if you're interested in learning more about these renovations I'm talking about, we have all of the plans and the whole thing laid out on our website. If you go to deskct.org/capital, you can learn all about this project and hopefully get involved.
Thank you, Steve.
I think too much, and I give my heart too easily. I think too much, and I give my heart too easily.
Is it your sweet hello or your gentle smile? Maybe the way you wear your hair that keeps you on my mind. I'm spending my time hoping to find someone like you, like a summer breeze, a love to comfort me is all I need in my life, my life. This heart of mine, my heart. I would search this world to find a woman like you. I would go to anywhere, just to find someone so rare, a woman like you. Darling, where was I when you made up your mind? Was there a chance for you and I? There's something deep inside that keeps telling me I will never find someone like you, like the autumn leaves. What will change for me and bring her into my life, into my life? Satisfy this heart of mine, my heart. I would search this world to find a woman like you. I would go to anywhere, just to find someone so rare, a woman like you.
You're listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer. Please go to thegreatgive.org and give to Creating Kids Center. Today we have Jess Biolecki with us. Jess, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I am doing good. Creating Kids Center. The first thing that came to me is like, are we creating kids?
We are creating kids. So our organization is actually listed under the Connecticut Children's Museum because we are creating kids. So the Connecticut Children's Museum is the umbrella nonprofit that is right around the corner from where we are right now at 22 Wall Street at Wall and Orange. And we encompass both the physical museum with our 8 exhibits, as well as Creating Kids Childcare Center, where we serve infants up through pre-K. And we are in the business of creating inquisitive, adventurous, curious, and loving kids.
Wow. What was your journey to join Creating Kids, and why is this institution so important to you?
Absolutely. So I started in my role as executive director of the Connecticut Children's Museum and Creating Kids in January 2022. And for me, this is a coming home to New Haven. I was born and raised in New Haven. My family has deep roots here. And I think this is the greatest small city in America. So after going through public school here, staying here for college, I moved away for about 15 years, worked in education elsewhere. And as soon as I had a family of my own, and I now have twin toddlers who go to Creating Kids, it was time to get a little grandparent help and come back to this great city. And I was really fortunate to get connected, and shout out to Jana Wagner and all our kin. Jana connected me with this organization, and I've been honored to build on the legacy that Sandra Malmquist, who is the founder and of the museum and Creating Kids in its current iteration, she built over 20 plus years. And Creating Kids and the museum is a really magical place that works to serve, first and foremost, children, young children across Greater New Haven, their families, and then also the early childhood educators who work with our kids every day. So one of the things that I love most about the work of our organization is all of the resources and professional learning we provide free of charge to early childhood professionals from across Greater New Haven. Wow. As serving as the early childhood resource center for the area.
And so, y'all, I'm guessing this is more to you than just like a daycare, but this is more of a experience. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So certainly Creating Kids Childcare Center and the families and kids we serve through the center are, I call it the beating heart of our building and our organization. Mm-hmm. They remind us every day by their presence and laughter that, what matters, and that's kids and their growth and development. And the museum is much more than Creating Kids alone. We really are a sort of very comprehensive nonprofit that, like I said, serves directly the kids and families enrolled in our daycare, as well as thousands of kids, families, and educators every year who either come to the museum on field trips, who come on Saturday afternoons when we're open to the public, or who attend or borrow resources from us through the Early Childhood Resource Center. I think we see ourselves as trying to help meet the needs of the early childhood community in Greater New Haven, whatever those might be. And so as those evolve, and they certainly have, evolved over COVID times, we evolve with that.
So if I was a parent and I was thinking of like, where do I send my kids? What's the process? How do I interact with y'all?
Yeah. So our website is childrensbuilding.org. Because we call the building that we're in, the beautiful historic building we're in, the Children's Building. So childrensbuilding.org has all the information both on the museum and how to visit the museum, our hours and special events we have, as well as information on applying and enrolling to Creating Kids Childcare Center. We run our center September through August. We're a full year program. We do serve as a school readiness site in New Haven. So we have substantial scholarship support available for eligible families. And that's a really important part of what we do, is ensuring that all kids and families in New Haven have access to the highest quality early childhood experiences.
And so I'm guessing the Great Give donations would help offset and help empower families.
Absolutely. So this year through the Great Give, we're really targeting two areas. One, on the museum side, we would really love to bring back our Saturdays at 2 programming. So the museum is open to the general public on Saturdays from 12 to 5 p.m. And for decades, really, every Saturday at 2 o'clock, we've had a story time with local artists, storytellers, musicians, drama clubs, educators come and bring alive a wonderful children's book each week. And then every family has gone home with a copy of that book to build their home libraries. That was a program, again, that we've run for many years prior to COVID with grant funding. That grant funding dried up during COVID when everything was on pause. And we haven't yet been able to bring that programming back. And we would love to bring back Saturdays at 2. So the Great Give is helping to bring that back. And then in addition to that, the Great Give is also, we're targeting to, like you said, make really high quality experiences accessible to all kids. And as part of that, we are reimagining our outdoor space. We know from COVID just how important outdoor space and outdoor learning is. And we really want to think about, we have limited space here. We're right in the heart of downtown, but we want to use it well. And we want our children to have access to the best of equipment and materials and experiences in that outdoor learning space, both for creating kids as well as for the museum.
Wow. And so has the museum always been part of this center, or has the museum been the center of the center, or has the museum been a addition, add-on to what y'all do in terms of creating a great atmosphere and learning for the kids?
Yeah, it's a great question. So Creating Kids was founded in 1994 by Sandy Malmquist, and it was actually originally on Audubon Street, so not too far away. Sandy had started sort of the idea of it as a lab school in Quinnipiac, and then officially started Creating Kids in the mid-90s. And then it was in 1999 that she was able to move Creating Kids into the current building and add the Children's Museum component. It's, I think, important to know that June Levy actually founded the Connecticut Children's Museum in this building years before that. And so this building has a long history of hosting children and families. But at that time, it was no longer going to be used as a children's museum in that capacity. And so Sandy had the wonderful opportunity to bring Creating Kids there and to integrate, a child care center along with the Children's Museum or Creating Kids. There was also actually a child care center there before. But to have Creating Kids and the Children's Museum and now the Early Childhood Resource Center all in one space.
Wow. That's amazing. You said 94 and I laughed because it's like, that's the year I was born. So what age range of kids do y'all serve?
Yeah, so in the center, in Creating Kids, we serve ages birth. So we can take kids as young as 6 weeks. Up through 5 years old. So we serve the full range. We love when we have kids come in as babies and stay with us through when they go off to kindergarten, because we're really able to form, deep relationships with both the kids and the families. We think of ourselves as a family. We're a very close-knit center where all of our staff know all of our kids, and it's really, there's nothing more magical than watching a child develop over the first 5 years of their lives. And then on the museum side, we say our museum is for the young at heart and the young in age. So, we love to see intergenerational families come in and experience the museum space. we generally say the exhibits are targeted for ages 3 through 9. But I myself have twin 2-year-olds, and they love the museum exhibits as well. So,
just what's one thing that you wish more people would know, or one thing that you know to be true, and you something that gives you joy to get up every day and be part of this organization? What's that thing that you want to impress on people?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think that what we really try to do is maintain the magic of childhood. I think, we live in a world where sometimes kids are forced to grow up very quickly and take on some pretty adult stuff. And we really believe that we need to give kids space to be kids. And to our museum is based on the multiple intelligences theory. So we really believe that we need to give kids opportunities to tap into the many different ways that we learn and grow. That there's not one kind of intelligence, but really, our museum talks about 8 different ones, and creating kids curriculum is based on that as well. And so I really just want people to know that we have this incredibly special place that is dedicated to preserving the magic of childhood right here in downtown New Haven, that we're always open to new ideas and collaborations with other nonprofits in the area, and to come check us out. The last thing I would say I would think people should know is we have a very cool room that's actually modeled after, it's a replica of the room from Goodnight Moon, the famous children's book. We got permission from the publishing company to actually replicate the room. And so it's a really special place to walk into, the scene of what I know many of us grew up listening to. And if we're parents, read to our children, our grandchildren. So come check it out.
What a great note to leave it on. Jess, thank you so much. To those of y'all who are with us, you're listening to the Great Give Radiothon 2023. I'm Justin Farmer. Please, please, please go to thegreatgive.org and give to Creating Kids Center. And as well, feel free to give to the Online Journalism Project, which is us, WNHH-FM 103.5, as well as the New Haven Independent. Jess, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Justin. It's been a pleasure.
What an awkward silence. Royal blue SUV. Let me get it off my chest that I wanted you all for me. But my mind went back to high school. No, that don't care. What could I do? What to do? But though my vision's really clear, I can see past you, my dear. It's about access to you. It's about getting to the one you love. It's about letting you have that access to you. About being with the one you love. And it's about letting stayed while you held him down. All the time did reveal that there was no love to be found. Well, she told me that she loved me, but she's still with someone who's above me. And we feel like we've been robbed, so we cried out to our God. Then I saw you, and you saw me. We almost passed each other by. We screamed inside your heart, whispered to your mind, let me give somebody else a try. Now this fool
he's gonna try to come back. I guess he felt like he wasn't finished playing his part. What do you think about that?
So you showed him the door. Now I'm standing guard for your heart.
While COVID may not stop a baby's heart, isn't a child with a rising fever, cough, and chills enough to make your heart skip a beat? Children are 19% of reported COVID cases, with higher rates in Hispanic and Black children. Vaccinated 6 months to 5-year-olds are 80% less likely to get COVID, which means 80% healthier New Haven 1-year-olds and 100% happier New Haven parents. To learn more, visit nhvvax.org.
Smooth, McBucks.
I tell these people to all fall back, cause this is real rap. No make believe issue, cause this is all facts. That didn't go. Clap, 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 clap. Hurry, go, clap, clap. Now put your hands up. What? Put your hands up. What? Put your hands up. What? Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Yeah. I'm faded, rolling another one. No matter the job, I always get it done. Music is food and my dinner's begun.
Hi, this is Aaliyah Swaby, and you're listening to WNHH-LP 103.5 FM, broadcasting live from New Haven, Connecticut, and streaming live at www.newhavenindependent.org.
Welcome back to the Great Give 2023 on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. Take it away, Alan.
Thank you very much. This is Alan Appel, your devoted reporter with the New Haven Independent. And I am sitting here at the beginning of the 1 o'clock hour, even though our studio clock seems to say 12 o'clock. So we have to attend to that. But happy to introduce Kristen Welton, the Senior Development Manager at the Alzheimer's Association. And as you all go to thegreatgive.org and maybe dial up Alzheimer's Association, is that the name to put in?
Yes, yes.
That's great. Then, Kristen, so tell us where the organization is headquartered, and And also tell me about what I read in the Times today, that there's some promising new drug development that probably has a lot of bearing on the stuff that you do.
Yes, it does. So our office, we have one office in Connecticut now. It's in Southington, but we do cover the whole state, and I specifically cover New Haven County. So we are all over the place. And yes, we're really excited about this new drug. It's showing really positive results in its early clinical trials. And I've been with the organization for just about 2 years now, and in that time, this will be the third new drug that's come out. So it's a really, exciting time to be involved with the organization, and I think there's some new progress really, really coming very soon, hopefully. So
Alzheimer's Association. So for people who don't know what you do specifically, what does the association do? Is it hands-on care? Is it referral? Is it policy? Is it all of the above?
It's a little bit of all of that. We do have a large policy advocacy. It's called AIM. And right now that is working on making sure that these drugs that are being discovered, the FDA has approved them, but they're being right now hung up with the CMS, the Center for Medicaid Services.
So what does AIM stand for?
Oh, goodness.
Oh, it's okay.
It's Alzheimer's something. Sorry about that.
So that's a program within the Alzheimer's Association?
Yes, that's our advocacy pillar of the organization.
So folks in the organization as well, doctors or beneficiaries or whatever, you go before legislative panels to advocate or to disagree or what have you?
Right, yes. That's on local, state, and national level.
Okay.
We advocate.
Okay. And so how many... How do you measure your success or growth or effectiveness? Since so much of what you do, I guess, on some level is, waiting for the scientists to figure this terrible mystery out.
Right. So, every year we come out with some new facts and figures. This year it showed that 6 million people in America currently are living with Alzheimer's or other dementia. Sorry, 8 million people in America, 60,000. I'm confusing myself. Goodness. We have 6 million people in America, 80,000 here just in Connecticut living with Alzheimer's or another form of dementia. And our success is really measured on how many of those families that we can help and we can reach. And we do that through a variety of ways. Here locally, we have education and programming that really starts everywhere from, 10 warning signs of Alzheimer's. If you're, worried about someone you love and you think, are they just getting older and that's natural part of aging, or is it something to be concerned about? I always say it's the difference between losing your keys and forgetting what your keys are for. All the way up to, we have support groups for caregivers, and we have for people living in early stages of Alzheimer's. So, we're really trying to reach as many people as we can who need our services. We also have a helpline, an 800 number, 1-800-227-3900.
Oh, say that more slowly.
Oh, 1-800-227-3900.
Okay.
And that's available 24/7. It's the people who answer the phone can speak in about 200 different languages. And it's really a great resource for anyone, who just has a question or they're looking for advice or just need to vent at 3 o'clock in the morning. Or they have a question about finances or long-term care. That's a really great resource.
Really? It's a 24-hour?
Yep, 24 hours. Holidays, weekends, middle of the night. We're here for you.
So if you want to call that number, or if you don't and just want to support all the people who are answering that in all these different languages, it's Alzheimer's Association that you can dial up at thegreatgive.org. And I'm here with Kristen Welton, the senior development manager.
Right.
And she is looking at me in a meaningful way about perhaps the little performance piece that you're about to deliver.
Oh, yes. But I was just handed a bulletin that our AIM stands for Alzheimer's Impact Movement. Thank you. I blanked on that one.
By our resourceful producer, Harry.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please do. I have a maybe an off-the-wall question to ask about the disease, but first let's hear your introduce what you're doing by way of the Alzheimer's Association performance.
Sure. Well, I thought about maybe taking some donations for me to not sing live on radio, but I wasn't sure how well that would go over. But this is a poem written by one of our volunteers named Lisa Ferroni. And our major fundraising throughout the year, we have 6 walks throughout the state, one right here in New Haven at Lighthouse Point Park. And so she is one of our great walk volunteers, and she wrote this last October when we were just wrapping up our walk season. It's called Our Work Isn't Done Yet. The tents are all folded, the speeches are given, the signs down, the flowers lay still in their boxes. The shirts are in the wash, the crowds are gone, walk day is over. But there is little time to rest, our work isn't done yet. We need to keep going, meeting our goals, supporting caregivers, raising awareness, educating, advocating, fighting, until we end Alzheimer's. Until that white flower finds its first survivor. Our work isn't done. There's no time to rest.
It's interesting. My takeaway from that, in addition to the important emotion of perseverance, is the importance of caregivers and families, because if somebody's struck with this condition, it affects the whole circle. So I would imagine a lot of the work and a lot of the conversations and a lot of the people who call are caregivers.
Yes, absolutely. We say there are 80,000 people in Connecticut with this disease, and we double, triple that, the number of full-time caregivers, oftentimes unpaid caregivers, taking care of their loved ones and their family and their friends.
By that, family members, friends, what have you. Yeah. I guess in the absence of a cure, it's the people who do the caring who are the temporary cure.
Yes,
I
and
don't know if that's the way to put it.
Yeah, it's taking care of being a steady force, a familiar face, someone that the person with the disease can rely on as they progress through this. So yes, caregiving is quite a job with this disease.
So here is my off-the-wall question. Has Alzheimer's always been with us, like from ancient times and Roman times and Greek times? I know there are words in Greek and Latin for dementia, and that maybe is the answer to my silly academic question. But is there something about modernity that's associated with Alzheimer's, or it's just, or is it just because we have new ways to diagnose and to name things in the past 100 years or so?
I mean, I don't know the answer to that specifically, but I think it's probably always been around in some form. Because they used to call, when people got older, they used to call them, senile, or some less nice names for that. But I think the founder of our organization, his wife was suffering from this in the 70s, and when he was trying to reach out for some support, there weren't really any areas for him to find support. It was something that no one really talked about. Probably wasn't diagnosed as often for a lot of reasons, research, how the medical system was back then. So he founded the Alzheimer's Association in 1980 as a way to combat that and be, in the community and provide resources and fund research.
We're talking to Kristen Welton of the Alzheimer's Association. So go to thegreatgive.org and support this important group. Was it founded? It wasn't founded in Connecticut.
No, not in Connecticut.
Right.
But we have chapters across the country now.
What are the pressing needs of the organization? Is it more volunteers, more people to man the 24-hour telephones, more? Does the organization need volunteer physicians, doctors to represent issues through the AIM program? How would you characterize the urgency?
Yes, I mean, we always need volunteers, and our volunteers, can, if you're interested in volunteering for us, we'll find a job for you. We have some who are in our office, kind of helping with office duties and database entry, and then we have a good chunk of our programs and community outreach are done by our volunteers too. And we provide training that if they wanted to be at a table at a health fair and wanted to talk to people who come up to our table and have questions, they can answer those questions. And then a lot of these education classes that I talked about too, from the 10 warning signs to communicating with people with dementia, a lot of those are taught by volunteers too. And those are our community educators. And They go through a lot of training to provide those services to the community. But having volunteers in that role enables us to really spread across all communities. And we have some of those available in Spanish too. So Spanish-speaking volunteers or any language is definitely would be a help for us too.
And are there any new compelling trends? I mean, is Alzheimer's being diagnosed earlier? Is it growing in certain populations or certain communities, certain geographies that you might want to tell us about?
Yes, I mean it's being diagnosed. We forecast that by 2050, the number of cases is going to rise exponentially, and the Black and African American population is 2 times more likely to be diagnosed, and the Hispanic Latino population is 1.5 times more likely to be diagnosed than the white population, and women are also 2.5 times more likely to be diagnosed. So it seems to be affecting different communities and different groups of people in different ways, unfortunately.
Well, I know you're not on the science side of this, but why? How does one explain all those trends that you reference?
Well, with women, it's some of it is just that women have a longer life expectancy. So if they're living longer, they're more likely to be diagnosed. Women are also more often caregivers, so there's that burden on women too. But and with different racial and ethnic backgrounds, it's there's still some science to be discovered on that. Some of it might be genetics. Maybe some lifestyle choices. We don't know. We're doing some research on that.
Yeah, I mean there are a lot of groups that come in front of this microphone during thegreatgive.org. That's where people should go if they're listening and watching, and support the Alzheimer's Association. But we often hear we often hear about the environmental justice issues. For example, asthma in New Haven, which is a perennial and growing issue. It affects people in areas that have more of exhaust from the highways and what have you. So what's the relationship, if any, between Alzheimer's and environmental causes?
That is actually something that's being actively researched right now. Trying to figure out what some of those mitigating factors might be.
Yeah. So much unknown, so much to be done.
Yes.
And that's why we thank you, Kristen Welton of the Alzheimer's Association, for coming on thegreatgive.org. Go to the site, support this organization, and on behalf of all of us, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
And now we'll have a little musical interlude as we await our next guest. And I'll be back shortly. This is Alan Appel with WNHH, Community Radio in New Haven.
Keeps telling me I will never find someone like you, like the autumn leaves. What will change for me and bring her into my life, into my life? Satisfy this heart of mine, my heart. I will search this world to find a woman like you. I would go to anywhere, just to find someone so rare, a woman like you. Like you. There will never be another like you. But I search until I find a lover like you. It would mean the world to me. Oh, who's gonna make it come true?